When the demolition notice was posted on the Majestic Theater's doors, I had exactly 43 days to save the building where my grandmother once performed for presidents. The developer who bought it had already ordered the wrecking balls. What he hadn't counted on was that I had inherited more than just my grandmother's stubbornness. I had her secret journals too. My name is Eliza Montgomery, and until that cold Tuesday morning in October, I had been a quietly frustrated architectural preservationist at a firm that specialized in converting historic buildings into luxury condominiums. The irony wasn't lost on me. I stood in the rain, staring at the demolition notice through the foggy lenses of my glasses. The Majestic had seen better days. Its once grand marquee now missing letters, its Art Deco facade dulled by decades of city grime. But beneath the neglect lay architectural and cultural significance that couldn't be measured in square footage or potential rental income. "It's really happening then," said a voice behind me. I turned to find Morris Abernethy, the theater's caretaker for the past 30 years, his weathered face a map of resignation. 43 days, I said, tapping the notice. "That's how long we have before Davidson Development can legally start demolition." Morris shook his head. "Won't matter. City Council already approved the permit. Historical Preservation Board voted against landmark status last month. Nobody cares about old theaters anymore, Miss Montgomery." "I care," I said, my voice sharper than intended. "And it's not just about the architecture. This place matters, Morris. To you and me, sure. To your grandmother's memory. But to Richard Davidson, it's just prime real estate for his next luxury tower." Richard Davidson. Even the name made my stomach tighten. Third-generation developer, known for acquiring historic properties at bargain prices and replacing them with steel and glass monuments to wealth. His company's slogan, "Building tomorrow by reimagining today," was plastered across construction sites throughout the city. "Can I go inside?" I asked Morris. One more time. He hesitated, then pulled a ring of keys from his pocket. "I'm still employed for another month. Guess they figured someone needs to make sure the copper pipes don't get stolen before demolition." He selected a large brass key. "Take all the time you need." The Majestic's lobby still retained echoes of its 1920s grandeur, soaring ceilings with intricate plasterwork, marble columns, and a sweeping staircase that had once been traversed by the most celebrated performers of the 20th century. My grandmother, Sophia Montgomery, had been among them. From the 1940s through the 1960s, Sophia Montgomery had been one of America's most beloved stage actresses. She performed Shakespeare for President Kennedy, starred in Broadway hits, and turned down Hollywood repeatedly, claiming that true acting could only happen in the electric space between performer and audience. The Majestic had been her favorite venue. "It's got perfect acoustics and better ghosts," she used to tell me during my childhood visits to her Manhattan apartment. "A theater needs good ghosts, Eliza. They're the ones who really know if you're acting truthfully." I made my way through the lobby to the auditorium doors. They opened with a familiar creak, revealing the vast space beyond minus 1,200 seats arranged in orchestra and 2 balcony levels, all facing the proscenium stage where my grandmother had delivered Juliet's balcony monologue, Lady Macbeth's madness, and countless other iconic performances. Despite the dust and disrepair, the theater still possessed a magnetic presence. I walked down the center aisle, my footsteps echoing in the emptiness. The stage was bare except for a single ghost light, the theatrical tradition of leaving one light burning when a theater is dark. "For safety," they said. "For the ghosts," superstition whispered. I climbed the side stairs to the stage, standing center where my grandmother had stood countless times. Above me loomed the fly system with its complex reading, below me the trapdoors leading to a warren of understage passages. Behind me stretched the backstage area, dressing rooms, and production offices. One of those offices had belonged to Anton Lenkov, the Majestic's legendary artistic director from 1938 to 1972, and though few people knew it, my grandmother's lover for much of that time. My grandfather, the respected banker everyone assumed was Sophia's one true love, had been more of a business arrangement, a public face for a woman who couldn't afford scandal in her era. The truth lived in Sophia's journals, which she had left to me upon her death 15 years ago, extracting a promise that I wouldn't read them until I turned 30. I had honored that promise, only opening the locked box of leather-bound volumes on my 30th birthday 3 years ago. Inside, I discovered not just the secret history of my grandmother's life, but potentially, I now realize, the key to saving the Majestic. Miss Montgomery? Morris called from the back of the auditorium. I hate to rush you, but I've got a meeting with the Davidson people in an hour. Thanks, Morris. Just a few more minutes. I walked to the back of the stage, through the curtains to the backstage area. Though I had visited the theater many times as a child when my grandmother had returned for special performances or fundraisers, there was one place I had never been, Anton Linkov's private office. According to Sophia's journals, it had remained largely untouched after his death, preserved first out of respect, then forgotten in the theater's gradual decline. Following the detailed descriptions from the journals, I navigated the backstage maze until I found a narrow staircase leading to a small upper level. At the end of a short hallway stood a door with peeling gold letters. A. Lenkov, Artistic Director. It was locked, of course. I removed a small leather case from my bag, a gift from my grandmother on my 21st birthday. Every lady should know how to pick a lock, she'd said with a wink. You never know when you'll need to make a dramatic entrance. Or exit, I thought, as I worked on the old lock until it clicked open. The office was smaller than I had imagined and thick with dust. Heavy velvet curtains blocked the windows, and the air had the stillness of a room unopened for decades. Bookcases lined the walls, filled with play scripts, theatrical reference books, and framed photographs. A massive oak desk dominated the center of the room, its surface buried under yellowing papers and production notes. I didn't have time to examine everything. According to Sophia's journal entries from 1963, what I needed would be hidden behind a specific book on the third shelf, a first edition copy of Stanislavski's An Actor Prepares. I found it exactly where she had described, and when I pulled it from the shelf, I heard a soft click. A small section of the bookcase swung inward, revealing a hidden safe. The combination was my grandmother's birthday, spelled out numerically. The heavy door swung open to reveal several bundles of letters, a small jewelry box, and a thick manila envelope. I took only the envelope, carefully closing the safe and replacing the book. What I needed wouldn't be in the love letters or jewelry Anton had gifted Sophia over their decades-long relationship. No, what I needed was in that envelope. Documents that Sophia had alluded to in her most cryptic journal entries. Documents that Anton had kept hidden in case the wolves ever came for the theater, as she had written. Back outside in the crisp autumn air, I ducked into a coffee shop across from the theater and opened the envelope. Inside were original architectural plans, correspondence with the city dating back to 1927, and most importantly, legal documents pertaining to the theater's construction and the land it stood on. Among them was a covenant signed by the original landowner, stipulating that the property could only be used for cultural and artistic purposes benefiting the public good for a period of 100 years from the date of the theater's opening. The Majestic had opened its doors on February 14, 1927. The covenant was valid for another 16 months. I immediately called my former professor from preservation law, Victoria Chen, now a senior partner at one of the city's most prestigious firms. Eliza, it's been ages, she answered warmly. How are you? I need your help, Victoria. I found something that might save the Majestic Theater. 2 hours later, I sat in Victoria's office on the 30th floor of a midtown skyscraper, watching her face as she examined the documents. This covenant appears legitimate, she said finally, looking up at me. But Davidson Development employs over 20 lawyers. They'll fight this with everything they have. Can they win? She tapped her pen against the desk. Honestly, maybe. These restrictive covenants can sometimes be overturned, especially when the original parties are deceased and the property has changed hands multiple times. They'll argue that conditions have changed, that the covenant no longer serves its original purpose. But we have a chance. Victoria leaned back in her chair. Yes, we have a chance. Especially if we can rally public support. Real estate developers hate bad publicity. Then let's give them some, I said. The next morning, I resigned from my position at the architectural firm. By afternoon, I had established Save the Majestic social media accounts and reached out to every preservationist, theater historian, and cultural journalist in my network. 3 days later, I stood on the steps of the Majestic as cameras flashed and microphones were thrust toward me. Behind me stood a group of allies I had hastily assembled: theater professionals, preservationists, community activists, and most powerfully, several legendary actors who had performed at the Majestic during its heyday. The Majestic isn't just a building, I told the gathered press. It's a living piece of our cultural heritage, and now we discovered that its destruction would not only be a tremendous loss to our city, but would violate a legally binding covenant protecting this site. I held up copies of the documents. Davidson Development was either unaware of or chose to ignore this covenant when they purchased the property. Either way, we intend to ensure it's enforced. The story caught fire faster than I had dared hope. By nightfall, it had made national news. #SaveTheMajestic was trending on social media, with celebrities and theater lovers worldwide sharing memories and photographs of performances at the historic venue. Richard Davidson issued a terse statement claiming that his legal team was examining the validity of recently discovered documents, but remained committed to bringing much-needed housing and retail space to the area. What happened next was the first surprise in a series of events I couldn't have scripted better myself. An anonymous source leaked emails from within Davidson Development revealing that they had, in fact, been aware of the covenant but had proceeded with purchase plans anyway, confident they could overturn it through legal maneuvering. The public outrage was immediate and fierce. Protesters gathered outside Davidson headquarters. Investors began questioning the company's tactics. The mayor, initially supportive of the development project, called for a review of the demolition permit. 10 days into our campaign, as I was giving an interview on the theater's steps, a black Tham car pulled up to the curb. Richard Davidson himself emerged, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit that probably cost more than my annual salary. "Ms. Montgomery," he called out, ignoring the reporters who swiveled to capture this unexpected confrontation. "A word, if you please." Against the whispered advice of my impromptu PR team, I approached him. Up close, Davidson was older than he appeared in corporate photographs, with lines of stress etched around his mouth and eyes. "You've caused quite a stir," he said, his voice low. "The covenant caused the stir, Mr. Davidson. I just brought it to light." He glanced at the cameras watching us from a distance. "Why don't we discuss this privately?" Inside the theater lobby, Davidson looked around with the calculating gaze of a man who saw square footage and potential return on investment rather than history or beauty. "I'll be direct, Ms. Montgomery. We're prepared to offer a compromise. We'll preserve the facade of the theater and incorporate a small performance space in the base of the new building. In return, you drop this covenant claim and publicly support the revised project." I laughed, the sound echoing off the marble walls. "That's not a compromise, Mr. Davidson. That's a consolation prize designed to make your company look benevolent while you destroy everything that matters about this place." His expression hardened. "Be reasonable. The economics don't work for preserving a 1,200-seat theater that sits empty most of the year. The land alone is worth." "I know exactly what it's worth," I interrupted. "But I also know what it's worth isn't measured solely in dollars. This theater was built to last centuries, not to be demolished after 9 decades because a developer wants to maximize profit margins." Davidson straightened his already perfect tie. "My lawyers are confident we can have this covenant invalidated." "Perhaps. But are you prepared for the months, possibly years, of litigation? The protests? The damage to your company's reputation while we fight this in court and the court of public opinion?" I stepped closer. "Did you know my grandmother was Sophia Montgomery?" A flicker of recognition crossed his face. "She performed here for decades," I continued. "She knew every inch of this building, every secret it held, including this covenant. She made sure I would find it when the time came." "What do you want?" Davidson asked finally. "I want you to sell the theater to a nonprofit preservation trust. At the price you paid for it, no profit." He laughed sharply. "Impossible." "Then I'll see you in court, Mr. Davidson. And every day we're in court, there will be protesters outside your sales offices, investors questioning your judgment, and the public watching a David versus Goliath story unfold, with you cast as Goliath." 2 weeks later, Davidson Development announced they were selling the Majestic Theater to the newly formed Montgomery Theater Trust for Historic Preservation, at cost. The press release cited the company's commitment to finding balanced solutions that honor our city's cultural heritage while addressing modern needs. Translation: They had calculated the cost of fighting and determined it wasn't worth the battle. The real work began after the victory headlines faded. Saving a theater from demolition was one thing. Restoring it to operational glory and financial sustainability was another challenge entirely. The theater needed millions in renovations, a viable business model, and programming that would attract modern audiences while honoring its historic significance. I had been prepared to spend years fundraising, applying for grants, and gradually restoring the venue. What I hadn't anticipated was the call from Jameson Hayes, the reclusive billionaire whose mother had been a costume designer at the Majestic during the 1950s. "I've been following your campaign," he said when I answered the unknown number. "You've done what everyone said was impossible." "We've only won the first act," I replied. "Restoration and sustainability are the next challenge. That's why I'm calling. I'd like to establish an endowment for the theater's restoration and ongoing operations. $50 million to start." I nearly dropped the phone. "Mr. Hayes, that's extraordinary. The Majestic gave my mother her start when no one else would hire a woman in technical theater. It's time to return the favor." He paused. "There's one condition." Of course there was a condition. There always was. The theater must be restored not just as a museum piece, but as a working venue that trains and employs the next generation of theater professionals. I don't want a pristine relic. I want a living, breathing cultural space that does for young artists today what it did for my mother 60 years ago. It was exactly what I had hoped for but hadn't dared articulate fully. Not just preservation of a building, but preservation of a mission, a purpose, a cultural contribution that would extend into the future. If you like this story, please write comment for next part.
Phoebe looked at the burnt pie, tears welling up in her eyes. She had tried so hard, carefully mixing the ingredients, lovingly arranging the filling, imagining how she would treat her husband and children to this wonderful pastry tonight. Larry loved fish pie, but everything went wrong as soon as she put the pie in the oven. First, little Mark woke up and started fussing in his crib. The woman had to drop everything and rush to soothe the baby. Then 3-year-old Michael started crying because his toy car broke. With Mark in her arms, Phoebe tried to fix the toy, thinking to herself, "I'm going crazy with 2 little ones at home." Then Ariana returned from school and announced she wouldn't go back because she got a B. Amidst all this chaos, more than an hour passed before she noticed the suspicious smell from the kitchen. "The pie!" she gasped. She handed Mark to Ariana and rushed to the kitchen. But it was too late. Smoke billowed from the oven, and the pie was a charred mess. Soon Larry arrived home. "What's that awful smell?" he grimaced. "Larry, I opened the windows. It'll air out soon," Phoebe said apologetically. "I'm sorry the pie burned." "Oh, for heaven's sake, what kind of housewife are you?" her husband exclaimed in annoyance. "I came home for lunch and this is what I find? A mess and a stench." He kicked the toys Michael had scattered in the hallway. "Do you do anything around here? Clean up! You're home all day, but there's mess around." Phoebe's eyes filled with tears. She wanted to explain that she hadn't sat down all morning, taking the boys to the clinic, doing laundry, cooking, and trying to bake the pie. But Larry didn't want to hear it. He sat at the table, waiting to be served. Phoebe hurriedly prepared a salad and called the older kids to the table. As the family ate, she managed to feed Mark a little. "The meal would have been better," Larry remarked as he finished his meal. "But what can you expect? 10 years of marriage and you still haven't learned to be a good housewife." The man left the table without a word of thanks. Phoebe was used to his behaviour and barely took offence. "Don't wait on me for dinner," Larry called from the hallway. "I have a meeting after a small corporate event. We're seeing off the chief accountant." "All right," Phoebe replied softly, rocking Mark. A few hours later, when the boys were asleep for a nap, the doorbell rang. It was Lillian, the young nanny, who helped out for a few hours each day. "Hello, Lillian," Phoebe greeted her. "Come in. The boys are asleep, so just sit with them. I'm taking Ariana for a music lesson. Then I have some errands to run. We'll be gone for about 3 hours. When the boys wake up, don't take them out. Mark might be feeling unwell." Lillian nodded and went to the bedroom to check on the boys, while Phoebe began getting Ariana ready. The girl was a bit reluctant. She didn't want to go to music school, and only the reminder that her father wouldn't be pleased finally convinced her. Soon Phoebe was driving, glancing at the rearview mirror where Ariana sat sulking. "Ariana, do you really not want to study music?" Phoebe asked her daughter. Ariana only nodded. "But you know, your father wants you to play the piano flawlessly." "I know," Ariana sighed, "but I want to learn how to draw." Phoebe sighed. Larry thought that being a musician was prestigious. He could boast about it to his friends. After dropping Ariana off at the music school, Phoebe hurried to the publishing house. They had called her about a small freelance job. Phoebe occasionally took on such tasks, having graduated from the Faculty of Foreign Languages. They didn't need the money, but she didn't want to lose her qualifications, though Larry always laughed at her freelance work. After a quick trip to the publishing house, Phoebe returned to the music school. Settling comfortably on a couch, she finally gave herself a moment of rest. She listened to the children playing various instruments in the classrooms and reminisced about her life. Phoebe had always dreamed of a big, happy family, a husband, children, a cosy home. She grew up in a small family herself. Her mother never spoke about her father, only brushed off Phoebe's questions. They lived in a small village by a large river. Their little house, cosy and inherited from Phoebe's grandparents, had a large fruit garden. It was especially lovely in the autumn when the apples ripened. The air seemed filled with their sweet scent. Sometimes, sitting in the old gazebo covered in ivy, she would just breathe in that air. The silence was almost tangible. Cranes called out from the clear sky, and the sun's rays filtered through the ivy. It was pure bliss. Yes, Phoebe loved her childhood home. When her mother baked apple pie and they drank herbal tea together in the gazebo, it felt like true happiness. But time passed, and Phoebe grew up. Her mother taught French at the local school, so when it was time for Phoebe to choose a profession, she didn't hesitate. She would become a foreign language teacher. She easily enrolled in university and studied diligently. While all her friends and roommates had romances, Phoebe was always alone. "You're like the Snow Queen," they teased. "You just look at them and their hearts sink. They think they're not worthy of you." But one day her Prince Charming arrived. Phoebe was in her 4th year of university. That fateful day she went out with friends to celebrate the city's anniversary. After a long day of walking and dancing, they sat down on the grass near the riverbank. At some point, Phoebe just wanted to go back to the dorm and sleep. To shake off her drowsiness, she walked down the steps to the water, sat by the bank, and touched the water with her hand. "I wish I could go for a swim right now," she heard a male voice nearby and jumped in surprise. She turned and saw a young man standing a few feet away. Tall and handsome with blonde hair, he smiled at her openly. "Are you also tired of all this commotion?" he asked, taking a step closer. "A little," Phoebe admitted. "Me too. My friends went to a cafe, but I wanted to take a walk." The guy approached the bank and touched the water, chuckling. "No, the water's too cold for swimming. And it's not the right place. By the way, I'm Larry." "Phoebe." For some reason, Phoebe wanted to talk to this guy. He seemed interesting from the first glance, and Larry looked at Phoebe with interest, showing no signs of wanting to leave. He suggested they take a walk along the bank, and she agreed. Perhaps it was reckless of her, but this young man inspired her trust. As they walked, Larry told her he worked at a bank. He was born and raised in this city, and his parents were professors at an economics university. Phoebe shared about her studies, and they chatted about trivial things, not noticing the darkness falling around them. Suddenly, fireworks lit up the sky over the river. It was a spectacular sight, like something out of a fairy tale. Phoebe stood there enchanted, feeling that her own life was about to become magical. Her prince was right there beside her. Afterward, Larry helped her find her friends, and even offered to give her a ride, but Phoebe declined, though she did jot down his phone number in her notebook when he dictated it. "He seems like a nice guy, Peyton," her roommate remarked with a wink as they rode home in a crowded minibus. "You should have let him drive you." But Phoebe just shook her head. She didn't know Larry that well yet. Still, she couldn't get him out of her mind. A few days later she called him. The Ice Queen had melted, replaced by a girl dreaming of love. Larry was delighted to hear from her and invited her to a cafe that weekend. Soon they were inseparable. Phoebe received her diploma while 4 months pregnant, and soon after they were married. Larry's parents weren't thrilled with his choice. They had hoped their son would marry someone wealthier, but they kept their disappointment to themselves and minimized contact after the wedding. Phoebe's mother, however, was overjoyed. She believed Larry would make her daughter happy. And so it seemed. Soon, Phoebe and Larry welcomed a baby girl. Larry was slightly disappointed, having hoped for a son, but he warmed up to his daughter eventually. Still, most of the responsibilities fell to Phoebe. When Ariana was 3, Phoebe decided it was time to pursue her career. "Career?" Larry asked, genuinely surprised. "My wife will stay home. I make good money." And it was true. They had a spacious apartment, a country house, and a car. And at that time, Phoebe thought her husband was right. She should stay home and care for their daughter. Then Michael was born, and caring for the children consumed all her time. She devoted herself entirely to her family, believing she was truly happy. She had a husband, children. What more could she want? Only her former classmate and friend Peyton tried to convince her otherwise. "Don't you want to grow professionally? I understand that a husband and kids are great, but you need to be able to rely on yourself too. What if Larry cheats on you and leaves? How will you support yourself and the kids? Wait for his alimony?" "Peyton, Larry will never leave me," Phoebe protested, not wanting to even consider the idea. "I believe that will never happen, but a woman should always look ahead. Phoebe, you need to find a job." "But Larry doesn't want me to." "So what? We won't tell him. Listen, I have a friend who works at a publishing house, and they need a French translator. Maybe you could try it. You don't have to work there officially. Just take on some projects in your spare time. What do you say? Should I call my friend?" Phoebe couldn't refuse Peyton's persistence and agreed. At first, she didn't plan to call the publishing house, but then she thought, why not? At least she wouldn't lose her skills. She took on a few projects, and before long, she had been earning money from translations for several years. Larry was displeased when he found out, feeling it reflected on his ability to provide, but Phoebe convinced him that she did it for her own enjoyment. The children were cared for, the house was in order, and with the help of a part-time nanny, Larry allowed Phoebe to continue her translation work. Then Phoebe became pregnant for the 3rd time, and it proved to be a challenge. Early in the pregnancy, she faced complications, a threatened miscarriage, high blood pressure, and swelling. "What kind of woman are you if you can't bear the child properly?" the man demanded. Phoebe's reminder that they already had 2 children only enraged him further. He accused her of heartlessness, stupidity, and even laziness. When she was 6 months pregnant, doctors advised her to go on bed rest in the hospital, literally confining her to bed until the delivery. Phoebe worried greatly about her other 2 children, who were at home. Another issue was that their previous nanny had left due to her age. For a while, Phoebe's mother came from the village to help, but she couldn't stay until the delivery because she still worked. There was no help to be expected from Larry's parents. Larry found a new nanny himself. She was a younger woman than Lillian, who had recently graduated from a teaching college. However, she quickly found common ground with Michael and Ariana. Larry told Phoebe about this during his hospital visits, and she felt reassured that everything would be all right. Mark was born slightly prematurely, but it didn't affect his health. However, this 3rd pregnancy took a toll on Phoebe's health. In addition to the usual postpartum issues, She developed serious hormonal disorders. Phoebe began to gain weight rapidly. If she weighed just over 70 kilos after giving birth, by the time Mark turned 1, her weight had surpassed 90 kilograms. Despite all the doctor's efforts and diets, her weight continued to increase. This greatly upset Phoebe, but the most painful part was that Larry started criticizing her, blaming her for the weight gain, and even mocking her. "Look at yourself," he would say. "Other women give birth to 5 children and look like sticks a month later, but you look like a cow." "Larry, it's the hormones," Phoebe would defend herself, tears in her eyes. "I barely eat anything. I'm with the kids all day, and sometimes I only drink plain tea in the evening, but the weight keeps piling on." It was the truth, but her husband still didn't believe she was trying to change the situation, accusing her of laziness and gluttony, while doctors would lecture her about proper nutrition and prescribe more pills. And recently, Larry stopped watching his language. He would call her a cow in front of guests. It was so hurtful. But to avoid ruining the guest's mood, she would laugh it off, only to cry into her pillow at night. More often than not, she would fall asleep alone, as her husband would stay late at meetings and sleep in the living room when he came home. Did he have someone else? No, Phoebe pushed those thoughts away. Larry couldn't do that to her. He loved her, and they had 3 children together. Her children were her solace. Looking at little Mark, she understood that Mark was worth all her suffering, as were her other children, and she often mentally thanked Peyton, who had once given her that part-time job. It didn't bring in much money or a sense of self-sufficiency, but translating texts at night and during the children's naps helped distract her. Time flew by as she reminisced. Ariana ran into the foyer. Phoebe hugged her, and they headed home. Phoebe had learned to drive when Ariana was little, but she only recently started driving regularly. Larry had given her his old car to take the kids to school, kindergarten and the polyclinic, snidely remarking that the shock absorbers might not hold her weight. It was hurtful. But, as usual, Phoebe laughed it off, joking that he should worry about puncturing the seats of his SUV with his bony body. That's how Phoebe and Larry lived lately. Outwardly, they seemed like a decent, happy family, but something was amiss between them. The apartment door was opened by the nanny, Lillian. She reported that the boys were still asleep and that she had tidied up the nursery and put some laundry in the washing machine. "Thank you," Phoebe smiled gratefully. "You're my lifesaver, Lillian. I don't know how I'd manage without you." Lillian just smiled, then asked, "Phoebe, I'd like to take 3 days off to visit my mum in another city. She's not feeling well." Lillian asked timidly. 3 days? Phoebe pondered. "Yes, it's not the best time, but what can I do? Of course, go ahead. I'll manage without you somehow. Give my best to your mum." Lillian waved goodbye to Ariana and Phoebe and rushed out of the apartment. Ariana listened to the conversation with a frown, and when Lillian left, she grumbled, "I don't like this Lillian. She's like a rat or something." "Ariana, what's wrong?" Phoebe asked, genuinely surprised. "You've been with Lillian for so long. She takes care of you, helps you with your homework and plays with your brothers. Why are you saying such things about her? It's not nice." "She's still bad," Ariana pouted and went to the living room. Phoebe decided her daughter was just in a bad mood and didn't take her words to heart. She checked on her sons, knowing she should wake them soon, or they'd keep her up all night. But she also needed to prepare a meal for her kids. Phoebe rushed to the kitchen, quickly put chicken and potatoes in the oven, and chopped a salad. Just then, Mark started crying in the nursery, followed by Michael's footsteps. Ariana turned up the volume on the cartoons in the living room to drown out the noise. Phoebe hurried to soothe her sons. Amidst the commotion, they didn't hear Larry come home. "What's all this racket?" he demanded, appearing in the nursery doorway. Noise and screaming again. Ariana's watching cartoons all the day long. Can't you keep an eye on the kids? Oh, darling, the boys just woke up and Ariana's relaxing after music school, Phoebe replied, trying to ignore her husband's displeasure. Larry gave his wife a disgruntled look and headed to the bathroom. Phoebe, you've forgotten laundry. Again, he shouted. Phoebe remembered that Lillian had put a load in and rushed to her husband. I'll take care of it now. And how long has it been waiting there? You don't take care of the appliances, Larry grumbled. You don't know the value of money because you rely on me. What do you mean? Phoebe asked, hurt. You asked me not to work. And when would I find the time now? Mark is still so little, but I do take on extra work. Extra work? Larry scoffed. You're useless, only good for changing diapers. Larry, do we experience money problems? Phoebe asked, tears welling up in her eyes. We have problems with you. You can't do anything right, even though you stay home all day, Larry snapped, looking at her critically. And you've let yourself go even more. Why are you picking on me today? Phoebe asked, her voice trembling. What's the point of picking with you? Larry snorted. I'm just saying the truth. Besides, I am leaving on a business trip to the capital for 3 days. We're opening a new office there, and I have to oversee everything. For 3 days? Phoebe asked thoughtfully. That's Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Will the office be open on the weekend? Business doesn't know weekends, Larry said sternly. But you wouldn't understand. Anyway, iron a couple of shirts for me. As Phoebe fell asleep that night, she couldn't help but think how exhausted she was. The untranslated manuscript still lay in her bag. The next morning, Larry left early without saying goodbye. Phoebe watched his SUV drive away from the window and sighed. Something had gone wrong between them. After seeing Ariana off to school, she spent the morning with her sons, trying to squeeze in some translation work. Only late that evening, with all her children peacefully asleep, could she finally focus on the translation. At first, Phoebe thought she was translating a simple love story, but the more she read, the more she was impressed. The author was a woman named Cecilia. She married a man she didn't love. It was a marriage of convenience. She was young and beautiful, and he was influential and much older. His name was Joseph. Joseph was very fond of Cecilia and proposed to her multiple times, but she always laughed it off. Then her mother fell seriously ill, requiring expensive treatment. Cecilia didn't have the money, but Joseph offered to solve her problems if she married him. Cecilia, who loved her mother dearly, agreed. Joseph helped with the treatment, but unfortunately they couldn't save the author's mother. Cecilia, however, became the wife of an already elderly man. She wanted to divorce him later, but he was against it. Moreover, Joseph turned out to be a true despot and tyrant. Daily abuse and beatings became common in their large and wealthy home. For many years, Cecilia dreamed of escaping her hated husband. She secretly saved money for her escape and even gathered some of her jewellery, gifts from her husband, and hid them in her mother's village house. The house stood abandoned. She did this so that if she ever divorced him, he couldn't take her jewellery away, and it would be her financial safety net. Though her husband was old, he still had plenty of strength. Then one day, on the promenade, Cecilia met a foreigner. They struck up a conversation by chance. He asked her for directions to the library in bad English. It turned out that the man was from France. They talked a bit and agreed to meet again, and they did. Cecilia fell in love. But then her old husband found out about her affair and was furious. Joseph would have probably killed her if she hadn't managed to escape through an open window. She ran to the hotel where Louis was staying, and he understood everything. Then, by a fortunate turn of events, they managed to flee the country together and lived happily in Paris for many years. Recently her beloved passed away, and Cecilia herself is not well, but she never regretted her decision. Only one thought troubles her: whether her mother's little house is still standing, and if someone found her jewels. If they did, she hopes they brought good fortune to that person. If not, perhaps they could still change someone's life. Dear friend, reading these lines, you may use my treasures. I hope they bring you happiness. I sent this story to a publisher so that a decent person could benefit from it. I believe that someone who knows several languages is such a person. Phoebe read at the end of the manuscript. Following this was the address of the village, street and house number. Phoebe carefully translated everything and wondered if this was fiction or if there really was a treasure. The address indicated that the village was 100 kilometers from her city. All night, Phoebe couldn't sleep, thinking about what to do. Hand over the translation to the publisher, or first visit the address herself, or even remove the part about the village from the text. As dawn broke, Phoebe decided she would give the text as she translated it, but would first verify the information. She didn't sleep long. Her children woke her up. Surprisingly, she felt refreshed and full of energy. She called Peyton. Her friend was surprised by the Saturday morning call, as they didn't speak often. "Is everything all right?" Peyton asked, yawning. "Yes, everything's fine, but I need your help. The nanny is away until Monday, and I need to go out for a few hours today. Larry is also away on business." "And?" Peyton drawled. "Peyton, could you look after my kids, please? Ariana and Michael are home today, and Mark, of course. I can't take them with me." "Darling, do you have a lover or something?" Peyton asked with a laugh. "No, it's something else. I'll tell you later." Phoebe smiled. "Please help me out, Peyton. You're a teacher. You can handle my 3 little rascals." "All right," Peyton grumbled. "I'll come over." Though childless, Peyton didn't mind helping her friend, especially since Phoebe asked so earnestly. 2 hours later, Phoebe was on her way to the village. The village turned out to be abandoned, with crumbling houses and weeds as tall as a person. Phoebe shivered at the thought of getting out of her car. What if there were homeless people or stray dogs living there, or big and poisonous snakes? Finding the house mentioned in Cecilia's story was challenging. Some structures were barely standing, let alone having street signs or house numbers. Eventually she figured it out. There was only one street, and the house number was 15. She counted from the beginning and, to her surprise, found the 15th house to be quite sturdy. Built from local wood, it seemed to have grown into the ground, firmly held by the remains of its foundation. Phoebe got out of the car and made her way through the dense weeds into the yard. There was the front door. If there had ever been a lock, all that remained was a latch sticking out of the door. Phoebe pushed the door open with a creak and stepped inside cautiously. It was dark and the air was thick with ancient dust. A spiderweb clung to her face. She brushed it off and looked up at the ceiling, where more webs hung. It was frightening. What if the ceiling collapsed? The floor creaked ominously under her feet. The house was in disarray, clearly ransacked by scavengers over the years. If there had been anything of value, it was long gone. Disappointment gripped her heart. She shouldn't have come here. She already wanted to turn back, but it would be foolish to travel so far and give up at the last moment. Phoebe remembered where Cecilia had hidden the jewels. Behind the old cupboard by the window was a small hiding place. The cupboard stood against the wall, and no one had moved it. Though its contents were scattered on the floor, it looked very heavy. How would she move it? What if the floor gave way? A shiver ran down Phoebe's spine as she imagined falling through. But a spirit of adventure seized her, and she decided to try carefully. Phoebe pushed it away from the wall. The floor creaked, but held. The next moment, she joyfully exclaimed, There it was, a small door in the wall. Phoebe pulled it open and bravely reached inside, feeling around until she found a small box. With a racing heart, she pulled it out. It was a medium-sized, antique-style casket. She opened it and gasped. The casket was filled with jewels. Cecilia's husband might have been a tyrant, but he certainly wasn't stingy. Phoebe's own husband, Larry, had only given her one pair of earrings during their entire relationship, and that was when they were dating. Carefully but quickly, Phoebe made her way outside, breathing in the fresh air and smiling. Miracles do happen, and treasures can still be found in modern times. As she drove home, she wondered what to do with her find. She decided to tell Larry everything when he returned. Though their relationship had been strained lately, such matters should be discussed together. They were a family. She chose not to tell her friend Peyton, who was known for her talkative nature. Phoebe returned to the city that evening. Peyton was reading to Ariana and Michael. Mark was asleep. "Finally!" Peyton exclaimed, seeing her friend. She closed the book and looked at the children. "Okay, kids, playtime, but quietly. How do you manage with 3 kids? I'd go crazy in this chaos." "It's not chaos. It's my life," Phoebe laughed softly. After seeing Peyton off, Phoebe carefully took the old casket from her bag, opened it briefly, and then closed it again. "I'll decide what to do with it when Larry comes home," she thought. Larry returned early Monday morning. He dropped his things in the hallway and immediately started getting ready for work, not even asking how the family had fared without him for 3 days. He looked refreshed, as if he had been on vacation rather than on a business trip. Michael was finally healthy, and Phoebe took him to kindergarten and her daughter to school. Afterward, she stopped by the publishing house to submit her translated story. "Quite an interesting story," the department head remarked, skimming through Phoebe's translation. "Nothing special, just another soap opera, love drama, a tyrant husband, a fairy tale, really," Phoebe replied as casually as possible. "Got it," the head nodded. "You can get your payment from accounting." Phoebe said goodbye and hurried out, feeling as though she had done something wrong, like stealing, even though she had simply been resourceful. At home, while Mark played in the playpen, Phoebe decided to unpack Larry's things and wash what needed laundering. In the suitcase, she found the usual items, but one thing caught her eye: flip-flops. Why had Larry taken them with him? The flip-flops were covered in something white. Cement? Phoebe wondered, running her finger over the surface. It doesn't look like it. Salt? She raised her eyebrows. It was as if the shoes had soaked up seawater and then dried. But where was there a sea in the capital? Or had her husband not been in the city at all? Where had he gone? She carefully examined everything in the suitcase and found a shoehorn with a hotel name on it. She must have accidentally packed it. Phoebe rushed to the computer to look up the hotel name and confirm it was in the capital, but the shoehorn belonged to a hotel in town on the seaside. The salt on the slippers, it was from the sea. Did this mean her husband had flown south for the weekend and lied to her? Who had he spent time with? The doorbell rang, interrupting her thoughts. She hurried to answer it. It was Lillian. She looked refreshed, as if she hadn't spent the weekend caring for her sick mother. "Hello," she chirped happily. "How are things here?" "We managed," Phoebe shrugged, lost in thought. "How's your mum?" "Much better," Lillian replied cheerfully. She went to Mark's room, while Phoebe stood in the hallway with a strange sense that she was being deceived. Or was it just her imagination? That evening, after the children had gone to bed and Larry was sitting at the laptop after dinner, Phoebe decided to ask him directly where he had flown. "Have you completely lost your mind? Is your brain addled by fat?" he snapped, hearing her question. "I told you. I flew to the capital for work." He slammed the laptop shut and headed to the bathroom. Phoebe stood there saying nothing in response to his latest insult. Then, hesitantly, she stepped forward and took his phone from the pocket of his jacket, which was carelessly draped over a chair. She had never checked Larry's messages before. For some reason, despite all their recent disagreements, she had trusted him. But now something clicked in her mind. Larry was hiding something from her. The water was running in the bathroom, and Larry was humming contentedly. She opened his messages, and what she read shocked her. Her husband had been exchanging messages with their nanny, Lillian, for several months. "Hi, kitten, I miss you," he wrote. "My love, I can't sleep without you either. I'm so lonely," she replied. And it went on and on. Then Phoebe read a message where they discussed their upcoming vacation at the seaside. "At least I won't have to see that fat cow for 3 days," Larry wrote. "My sunshine, I can't wait," Lillian replied in a similar tone. So, Larry had flown to vacation with Lillian, and the nanny had lied about her sick mother. Lies, lies. These two had been deceiving her for a long time. She felt sick, and tears streamed down her face. She wanted to confront her husband immediately and cause a scene, but the children were asleep, and she needed to keep her composure to think things through. What would happen if she simply accused him now? He would probably make excuses or even blame her. That was his style. Besides her distress, she would gain nothing, and she needed to pull herself together, because she was responsible not only for herself, but also for her little ones. What could she do now? Pack her things and go to her mother's village? No, that wasn't an option. How could she support herself? Then Phoebe remembered her trip to the abandoned village. No, she smiled bitterly. I have enough to live on now, and I can manage without you, darling. When Larry came out of the bathroom, Phoebe was getting ready to sleep in the living room. "What are you doing out here?" he asked, surprised. "I'll be more comfortable here," she replied, without looking at him. She couldn't bear to look at him. "Oh, really?" he scoffed. "Suit yourself." And with that he went to the bedroom. Phoebe lay awake half the night, thinking about what to do. She cried and thought, but one thing was clear. She no longer wanted to live with her husband. Yes, she had endured his mockery for the sake of the children, believing that there was still love between them. Yes, things had gone wrong, but she thought it was temporary. Now Phoebe realized she wouldn't put up with being walked all over. The next morning she prepared breakfast as if nothing had happened and fed her husband. Larry ate the omelette and salad without saying thank you and left for work without kissing her goodbye. Recently, that had become the norm in their family, lately. If Phoebe hadn't read those messages, she wouldn't have thought anything of it. Now she understood why her husband behaved that way. After taking her daughter to school and her son to kindergarten, Phoebe returned home with her youngest child. Soon, Lillian arrived. "I no longer need your services," Phoebe told her at the door. Lillian looked at her in surprise. "Is something wrong?" "Yes, something is wrong," she replied, looking Lillian in the eye. "I found out you're sleeping with my husband." Lillian blushed, then paled, and finally smirked defiantly at Phoebe. "Yes, Larry and I love each other," she said. "He only stays with you for the children's sake." "Get out of here," Phoebe exclaimed. "With pleasure," Lillian sneered. "I'm tired of pretending to be a caring nanny, and if you want to know, Larry and I have been together since you were in the hospital with your last pregnancy." "And you're not ashamed to say all this to me now?" Phoebe asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "I'm not ashamed. Larry loves me, and he only stays with you for the children. He pities you." With that, Lillian turned and walked away, leaving Phoebe standing in the hallway. Larry returned home for lunch. Lillian must have called him and told him that Phoebe knew everything. "What have you done?" he shouted from the doorway. "Why did you let go of Lillian? She'll be back tomorrow and will stay in my house." "As long as I am here, she won't set foot in this house," Phoebe replied firmly. "I'm your wife, and she— Larry, how could you? You were practically flaunting your affair in front of me, with the children right there. How could you?" "No need for these cheap scenes," Larry sneered. "I'm a man and free to do as I please. Your job is to raise the kids and keep quiet. You're a housekeeper, nothing more." "So, you admit you're cheating on me with her?" Phoebe asked, her voice trembling. "You went to the seaside with her instead of a business trip?" "Exactly," Larry smirked. "I can afford it. I'm tired of seeing your unhappy face all the time. Lillian brings me joy. And you? You're supposed to clean, cook and take care of the kids. You're the help, understand? And that's all you'll ever be. Lillian will move back in tomorrow." With that he left, slamming the door behind him. Phoebe cried for an hour before suddenly calming down. She gathered Mark and went to the lawyer office, where she filed for divorce. The woman decided not to tell Larry about the divorce yet. She needed time to prepare. Larry wouldn't let her go easily. He was used to having her as a housekeeper. Would he try to take the kids? She doubted it. They were just accessories to his successful life. He only thought about himself, and now she knew it for sure. He wouldn't support her financially, and she expected meagre alimony. But she had the jewel box. She knew the jewels were valuable and understood selling them would be challenging. But she hadn't stolen them, she found them, so she could sell them legally. With the money, she could support herself and the kids for a while. After that, she had a plan. That evening, Larry didn't come home. Phoebe was relieved. It gave her time to think. The next day, after sending the older kids to school and kindergarten, she went to a pawn shop. Fortunately, Lillian didn't show up, or Phoebe might not have been so calm and determined. The old appraiser examined the jewels carefully. "They're from my grandmother," Phoebe lied. "I found them while cleaning out her summer house." The appraiser nodded and named a price lower than Phoebe expected, but still decent. She agreed to the deal. Leaving the pawn shop, she felt confident. On her way home, she called Peyton to ask if she knew anyone renting out apartments. "There's one option," Peyton replied. "A colleague at work recently mentioned her late grandmother's apartment. She doesn't want to rent it to strangers. Why do you need it?" "I might need a place to stay with the kids," Phoebe said, briefly explaining the situation. "What a jerk!" Peyton exclaimed. "3 kids and he's flaunting his mistress right under your nose. But Phoebe, don't rush into anything. How will you manage alone? You don't work, the kids are small. How will you support yourself?" "I'll manage," Phoebe replied confidently. "Just ask your colleague about the apartment." By the time Phoebe reached her apartment, Peyton called back with good news. The colleague agreed to let them stay. But when Phoebe entered the kitchen, she found Lillian drinking tea. "Well, well, look who's here," Lillian sneered. Phoebe glared at her rival. Lillian had dropped her nice girl act and was now openly hostile. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Phoebe demanded. "I'll speak to you however I want," Lillian retorted. "I'm here with Larry. He invited me, by the way, and I'll stay here as long as I want. You go take care of your kids." Phoebe didn't know where she found the strength, but she grabbed Lillian and threw her out of the apartment, tossing her bag after her. "Don't you dare come back here while I'm living here," she shouted. "Once I'm divorced, you and Larry can do whatever you want, but not until then." Mark started crying from the commotion. Phoebe rushed to soothe him. Soon Larry arrived, furious. Lillian called him and told him that his wife had kicked her out of the apartment. "How dare you treat my beloved like that?" he shouted in rage. "Shut your mouth and mind your own business, you stupid cow." "I won't," Phoebe replied unexpectedly calmly. "But as long as I'm here, that vile woman won't set foot in this house. Anyway, don't worry, it won't be long now. I'm leaving you today, and I've already filed for divorce." "Divorce?" Larry turned red with fury, struggling to breathe. "Who gave you the right to decide that? You'll be my wife for as long as I want." "You must be joking," Phoebe exclaimed. "And what did you expect? I'm satisfied with our arrangement, so I won't give you a divorce." "The court will grant it anyway. If not the first time, then later." "Why are you being so defiant? Have you found someone else?" Larry yelled. "Who would want you? Have you looked in the mirror lately? You're a complete mess. Fat, stupid, ugly. Even a homeless man wouldn't look at you." "I am needed by my children," Phoebe replied with dignity. "And stop insulting me. I will no longer tolerate your abuse." "You're so brave all of a sudden. What do you think you can do alone? You don't have a penny to your name. And if you think I'll help you raise the kids, you're mistaken." "But they are your children too," Phoebe pointed out. "They are mine as long as they live with me. If you leave, you can raise them however you want. Officially, I have a low salary, so don't expect decent alimony." "I thought as much," Phoebe said calmly. "I will leave with the children today. You can enjoy your life with your mistress." "And I will!" Phoebe looked him in the eye. "Larry, there's one thing I don't understand. Do you really enjoy humiliating me like this? Did you think I could calmly interact with your mistress and tolerate her presence?" "You're just a cook and a cleaner to me," he sneered. "I even wonder why I married you. My parents were right, you're not my equal. But over the years I've come to enjoy humiliating you." "So, that's how you asserted yourself." "Think what you want. I'm warning you again. If you leave now, don't expect any help from me." "I'll manage," Phoebe replied bitterly. Larry left for work again, slamming the door loudly and frightening little Mark. Phoebe calmed her son and began packing her and the children's belongings. When Ariana came home, she saw the bags in the hallway. "Is someone coming to visit?" the girl asked in surprise. "No, dear, we're leaving," Phoebe calmly replied. "We're going to live separately from Daddy." "Will he live with Lillian?" Ariana asked unexpectedly. Phoebe was taken aback by her daughter's question. "Mummy, I may be little, but I understand a lot. I saw Lillian kissing Daddy several times. Once she noticed me and threatened that if I told you, Daddy would insult and hurt you even more. I didn't want that." "My dear, you're so grown up," Phoebe said, wiping away tears. "I should have said something earlier, but it's okay. We'll live peacefully without Daddy." "I know," Ariana nodded, "and he won't yell at you any more. Mummy, can I draw now?" "Of course, sweetheart." "Mummy, don't cry. We'll be okay." And the 8-year-old child hugged her mother tightly. Phoebe realized she was doing the right thing. It was unbearable for the children to grow up witnessing their mother's constant humiliation. No, they were better off without such a father. That evening, Phoebe packed her things with Ariana and Mark, picked up Michael from kindergarten, and they all went to their new apartment. It was modest, but for the first time in many years, Phoebe could breathe easily. No one would humiliate her any more. Now she had to do everything herself, but she would manage. She transferred her son to a different kindergarten and her daughter to a simpler school and began settling into her new life. A month later they were divorced. Larry did not object, and after the divorce demanded that Phoebe return the keys to the apartment and the car. She shrugged and gave it all away. Of course, life without a car was much harder now, but Phoebe understood that it was better not to argue. Otherwise, her ex-husband might cause more trouble. Phoebe's mother, upon hearing about the divorce, was distressed. "How will you live now?" she exclaimed. "Phoebe, you have 3 children. You've never worked. You can't manage alone in the city. Come home." Yes, Phoebe missed her childhood home and garden, but she understood that she needed to stay in the city, at least for the sake of her children. The education and health care were better here. "No, Mum, I won't come back," she said firmly. "I will try to build my life here." The money from the found jewellery helped Phoebe a lot. She lived on it for some time, but spent it carefully. However, she already had a plan for how to move forward. She knew that translations wouldn't bring in much money, the publishing house rarely called, and the work was barely worth anything. She couldn't go back to teaching because Mark was still very young, but she had an idea. Over the years with Larry, Phoebe had learned to cook very well, and she decided to turn this skill into a business. First, she found out which offices were nearby. There were quite a few, which was a plus. People working in offices need to eat, and not everyone has time for lunch. Phoebe decided to bake pies to sell. She bought the necessary ingredients, cookware, a thermos bag, and started cooking in a small rented kitchen. The first time she went to the office across the street with a dozen pies. The security guard, seeing her, wanted to chase her away, but Phoebe offered him a couple of pies. "Help yourself," she said with a smile. The guard was taken aback by her boldness, but accepted the pies. Phoebe left the rest, saying that if they liked them, she could come every day with fresh pastries. The next day, Phoebe returned to the office. The guard saw her and smiled. "Brought more pies?" he asked. "Yes. I apologize for the boldness, but I'd like your employees to be well fed and happy, and my pies can help with that. Did you try them? They're good, right?" "I did," the guard admitted, "and our boss tried them too. He liked them." In short, he said she should come in. Phoebe went around the offices and sold all her pies in just 10 minutes. The workers asked her to come back the next day, and one girl asked if Phoebe could bake pies with berries. "Of course I can," Phoebe smiled, and from that day on, her business took off. Pies with cabbage, potatoes, meat and berries, everything sold out quickly. After the first office, several more were added, and now Phoebe was busy at the stove from early morning. After sending the children to kindergarten and school, putting Mark in a carrier and grabbing her bag, she went out to sell her delicious hot pies. Phoebe understood that she couldn't just sell pies without proper documentation, so she got a health certificate and other necessary papers. So she started making money from her pies. Not much, but enough to live on with her children. Larry provided no help. His alimony was tiny. 3 years passed. Michael started school. Ariana grew up, and little Mark was no longer so little. Phoebe continued to sell her pastries and was thinking about opening a small cafe. She shared her thoughts with Peyton. "Did you really make so much money from pies?" her friend asked in surprise. "There's rent, taxes, employee salaries. Where did you get the money, Phoebe? Or did Larry help you?" "I haven't seen him since the divorce," Phoebe said sadly. "He hasn't wanted to see the children even once. Can you believe it?" "No, I can't. But maybe it's for the best. The children are calmer now." "And so am I," Phoebe said with a smile. Peyton nodded in response. Yes, Phoebe had changed a lot over the past few years. She had become more confident, and she had noticeably lost weight. Perhaps all her worries had helped her overcome her hormonal issues and high blood pressure. Peyton often hinted to her friend that she should find a man, as it was difficult to be alone. "I don't need anyone," was all Phoebe said to her best friend, and she genuinely believed that no one would want her children either. So why bother looking for someone? It would only bring unnecessary worries. But returning to the conversation about money, for the first time Phoebe decided to confess to her friend where she got the small starting capital that helped her in the pie business. "What a story!" Peyton exclaimed in surprise. "And you kept quiet all this time?" "I was afraid someone might claim those jewels, but it seems quiet, and I still have some money left, just enough for renting a space and other expenses." "You're lucky, friend," Peyton laughed. "Who would have thought that a piece of paper could bring such luck? By the way, I have a question. The publishing house must have read your translation. Don't you think someone might have suspicions?" "What suspicions? I didn't steal anything from anyone. The confession clearly stated that whoever needs the jewels can use them. Besides, I haven't heard from the publishing house in a long time. I have other things on my mind now." "Oh, yes, you're a pie businesswoman now," Peyton laughed. "Yes, and I dream of having not just pies, but also various pastries and sweets in my cafe." "Then stop dreaming," Peyton exclaimed. "You need to act while you still have some of your treasure left." "Peyton, I only ask one thing. Please don't tell anyone about the jewels. I don't want any trouble." "I won't," Peyton promised. Soon, Phoebe found a small space for her cafe. It was a convenient location, formerly a canteen, with all the necessary equipment. The owner, who lived abroad, rented it out for next to nothing, having inherited it from an aunt. He didn't want to bother with selling it, so he hired an acquaintance to handle the rental. This option came at the right time for Phoebe. With enthusiasm, she set about arranging her cafe, and soon it opened its doors. Beside Phoebe, 2 other girls worked there. Isla was in the kitchen and Fiona was the waitress. The girls were energetic and skilled, and together they made the business thrive. Peyton, visiting the cafe, marvelled at how her friend had turned things around. Who would have thought that a former language teacher and stay-at-home mum, who had lost faith in herself, could achieve so much? Phoebe now looked fantastic, with no signs of extra weight, always well-groomed with a touch of makeup and her thick braid neatly styled. A true beauty. "Phoebe, you need a man," Peyton would say, sipping aromatic tea in the cafe. "Youth fades quickly. The kids will grow up and you'll be left alone." Peyton, recently married, was eager for her friend to do the same. "And when will I have time for that?" Phoebe would genuinely wonder. "I have customers, suppliers, dough to manage, a stove to fix, and school meetings or kindergarten performances to attend. I have no time for anything else." But one day, a chance encounter changed everything. That evening, Isla had left early and Fiona was feeling unwell and also went home. Phoebe was alone in the cafe. Fortunately, there weren't many customers, just a couple in love, an elderly man and a middle-aged gentleman. The couple left soon, followed by the elderly man, but the gentleman lingered, sipping coffee and eating a pastry in small bites, occasionally glancing at Phoebe. She kept looking at him, wondering when he would leave. The man was well-dressed, confident, and clearly in no hurry. Then Phoebe received a call from the nanny saying that Mark had a fever. She grew anxious and decided to approach the customer. "Excuse me, I need to close the cafe a bit earlier today. My child is sick. Please hurry. I still need to close up and call a taxi." The man nodded in agreement, finished his coffee and stood up. He headed for the exit, but then turned back to Phoebe. "If you're in such a hurry, maybe I can give you a lift." "That might be inconvenient for you. You must have your own things to do," Phoebe replied, blushing. "Not at all. I have no other plans tonight, except to help a beautiful woman." Phoebe was flattered by the compliment, but politely declined the offer. 10 minutes later, she was closing the cafe. She argued with the dispatcher over the phone. "What do you mean the taxi will be 40 minutes? You said it would arrive in 15. I need it urgently." The dispatcher said something to her, and Phoebe, irritated, hung up the call. Just then the man approached her. "I overheard your conversation," he said, "and I'd still like to offer my help. Let me give you a ride. My car is right there." He pointed to a large SUV parked near the cafe. "By the way, I'm Richard." "I'm Phoebe," the woman replied. "Well, I don't have many options. The taxi broke down, other drivers are busy, and my child is home with a fever. The nanny needs to go to the station urgently to meet someone from the family." "Let's go then," Richard smiled. Phoebe shrugged. He seemed like a decent man, not causing any alarm. She headed to the car, and soon they were driving through the darkening city streets. "You're the owner of that cafe, right?" Richard asked, keeping his eyes on the road. "Yes, it's been almost a year," Phoebe nodded. "You have a nice cafe, very cosy. I'm glad the place is in good hands." "The place? What does it matter to you?" Phoebe asked. Richard looked at her and smiled. "Well, you're renting it from me." "So you're the owner who lives abroad?" Phoebe exclaimed. "I didn't know you. I've only dealt with your assistant before. Why didn't you say who you were right away?" "I wanted to see how things were running from an outside perspective, and I must say, I'm pleased with what I've seen." "I hope you don't intend to take the place back," Phoebe worried. "No, not at all. I have plenty of properties," Richard smiled. "I'm actually in construction. I've lived abroad for several years, but now I'm planning to move back." "Things didn't work out abroad?" Phoebe asked. "No, that's not the reason." Richard shook his head. "I just got tired of being away. I want to come home. It's always better at home. The sky is bluer, and the women are much prettier." Richard smiled, glancing at Phoebe. She blushed slightly, pretending not to notice the compliment. They said their goodbyes at Phoebe's house. Richard asked for her phone number, just in case, as he put it, in case there were any questions about the rental. Phoebe gave it to him. She was a bit worried. What if Richard decided to evict her? But he didn't seem like a dishonest person. Richard called Phoebe the very next day. "I wanted to invite you to a cafe, but that's nothing new for you," he joked. "You know, I haven't been on a riverboat in a long time, so I'm inviting you." "Richard, your invitation is a bit hasty." Phoebe smiled over the phone. "I have 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. If you wanted to invite me on an ordinary date, it probably won't work out, since I'll definitely bring my kids." "That doesn't scare me," Richard laughed in response. "Tell me when and where to pick you and your little gang up." Phoebe thought about it and agreed. She said she and the kids would be waiting for him at the house at 5 o'clock. The boys were thrilled when Phoebe told them about the riverboat trip, but Ariana pouted. She didn't want to go with some stranger. All this time, the girl had hoped that her dad would come back one day, but Larry had completely disappeared from their lives. "Who is this Richard?" Ariana asked her mum as they left the apartment. "Where did he come from? Why do we need him? Couldn't you take only us? Why do we need some stranger?" "I didn't ask him, he offered," Phoebe explained as they walked, "and I think he's a very decent person. He's the owner of the building where our cafe is." She didn't notice that Richard was already standing by the entrance and had heard their conversation. "I really do seem like a nice guy," he said with a smile. Phoebe and the kids turned around. She blushed. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said, embarrassed. "It's okay," Richard reassured her. "Let's introduce ourselves." He looked at Phoebe's children. "I'm Richard." The children shyly introduced themselves. Then, throughout the evening, they warmed up to him and started calling him Richard. Even Ariana thought that her mum's new acquaintance wasn't so bad after all. They cruised on the riverboat. The kids chatted, ate ice creams and chips, while the adults talked. Richard told them about himself. "I was a late child," he said with a smile. "My father was over 60 when I was born, and my mother was 40. She worked as a housekeeper for him. When his young wife ran away with her lover abroad, he was devastated. My mother said he was a very difficult man. It's no wonder his wife left him. But my mother loved him dearly and tried to comfort him. And so I was born. My parents were never married, but I must give my father credit. He supported my mother and me until his death and left us an inheritance. Thanks to him, I received a good education and was able to make something of myself. Richard shared that after college he worked in an architectural firm and then started his own business. When his mother passed away, he already had a small construction company. He later married the daughter of an influential man who convinced him to build his business abroad. Richard agreed, and for several years he lived overseas, his business thriving. However, his relationship with his wife Augusta deteriorated. Richard desperately wanted children, but Augusta was adamantly against it, fearing it would ruin her figure. Eventually she had an affair, and Richard couldn't tolerate it any longer. He divorced her and decided to return home to his native city. "And here I am, back home," Richard smiled, concluding his story. Phoebe also briefly shared her own journey. "It seems we are kindred spirits in misfortune. Our partners turned out to be deceitful," Richard noted. "Indeed," Phoebe agreed with a sad smile. They looked into each other's eyes and sat in comfortable silence, despite the surrounding noise, the hum of the engine and the cries of seagulls. After their outing, Richard escorted Phoebe and the children home, thanking her for a wonderful evening. "He's all right, Mum," Ariana said once they were home. "You didn't want to go, remember?" Phoebe gently hugged her daughter. "Mum, is he courting you?" "What are you saying?" Phoebe blushed. "Nothing like that. We've only met twice." "Well, just so you know, we wouldn't mind if you had a romance," Ariana said seriously. "I think Richard is a good guy." Phoebe just smiled, her heart fluttering. Could she still find happiness as a woman? As she drifted off to sleep, she recalled their outing and Richard's story. Suddenly something clicked in her mind. His tale about his parents, an elderly father named Joseph, and a young wife who fled abroad. Could these be the same people whose story she had translated years ago? No, it couldn't be. But what if Richard had appeared in her life to reclaim his family's valuables? Though he was wealthy, perhaps he still valued every penny. Phoebe spent a restless night, finally falling asleep near dawn. In the morning, she received a good morning text from Richard. She was unsure how to act around him now, but Richard was persistent in becoming part of her life. He invited her on walks, sometimes with the children, sometimes alone. They dined at restaurants and attended the theatre, and he was always a gentleman. Phoebe grew fond of him, but the past concerning the jewels still bothered her. One evening, Richard invited Phoebe to a restaurant. It was a special night. They were the only ones in the dining room, with musicians playing and waiters at their service. At one point, Richard took out a ring. "Phoebe, will you marry me?" he asked, slightly nervous. She froze in surprise and joy. She loved Richard with all her heart, but there was a secret between them. "Yes, I will," Phoebe said finally. "But first, you must listen to me. You might not want to marry me after this." She confessed how she had used the found jewels. "I'm sure they were your father's wife's jewels," she concluded, looking down. When she looked up, she saw Richard smiling. "So what?" he said. "Even if that's true, it changes nothing. The woman I love used them. I think my father wouldn't have minded." "You don't judge me for what I did?" "Not at all. I'm glad you could get back on your feet with their help. If not for them, we might never have met. So, my dear Phoebe, don't worry about it. But why did you keep quiet for so long?" "I was afraid." "Of what?" That I would think you're a criminal? Nonsense, Richard laughed. Then he slipped the ring onto her finger, and they kissed. They were married in a grand ceremony. The newspapers and magazines were filled with photos and headlines about the successful businessman's wedding. A year later, Phoebe gave birth to a boy. She was truly happy. She had a loving husband who adored her and wonderful children. And her business was thriving. And over time, she opened several more in the city. Morgan, don't be late today, okay? Morgan smiled, looking into the wide grey eyes of his little sister, Iris, and adjusted her braids, which she had plaited that morning. When had she grown up so fast? It seemed like only yesterday she was born. I won't be late, Morgan promised, leaving her sister at school before rushing to the bus stop. The February wind was biting, making it difficult to breathe. She hoped the bus wouldn't be late. She had to be at work on time for the morning shift. Fortunately, the bus arrived promptly and was surprisingly half empty, a rare occurrence. Morgan settled into her favourite seat by the window. She leaned back, ready for the comfortable 40-minute ride across the city. Today her mind was on Iris's after-school care. The school only offered this service to first graders. What would they do next year? Their home was quite a distance from the school. In the mornings, a neighbour whose son had attended the school gave them a lift. But what about the trip back? Morgan imagined her petite, fair-haired sister with a large backpack getting home alone. She would be all by herself in the big city, and then in their rough neighbourhood, where stray dogs and gangs of street kids roamed freely. There was no one to meet Iris. Morgan was always at work or studying. Their father had passed away long ago, and their mother? Morgan's heart ached with sorrow whenever she thought about their situation. Initially, life had been good. Morgan lived with her parents in a small but cosy city apartment. She didn't know that the apartment was co-owned by her father and his two brothers. Their family was just allowed to live there. Her mother was young, healthy and beautiful, working as a teacher in the school just across the courtyard. Her father worked as a foreman at a factory, physically tired but always making time for his daughter after work. They would go for walks, shop together and talk about various topics. Morgan cherished the evenings when they played board games as a family. Then, suddenly, their happy, carefree life ended. It started with an accident at the factory where Morgan's father worked. There was a fire in the workshop. Many were seriously injured, but Morgan's father died. Morgan's mother was devastated, but tried to stay strong for Morgan. Her grandmother, Morgan's father's mother, was heartbroken over the loss of her youngest son. Morgan's grandmother suffered a stroke, and seeing her once vibrant and cheerful in a hospital bed was terrifying. Morgan and her mother visited her, and it was painful to witness her decline. Morgan feared that her grandmother might suffer the same fate as her father. Amidst this turmoil, another significant event unfolded. Morgan's mother discovered she was pregnant. This news would have been joyous under different circumstances, but given the current situation, it brought more anxiety than happiness. Morgan's mother confided in her mother-in-law, the only adult she could turn to for support, and the woman pleaded with her mother daily to keep the baby, while her mother wavered, filled with doubt and fear. "This is a blessing," she exclaimed. "My son did not leave us for nothing. He has left another child on this earth. We will raise this baby together." Morgan smiled, comforted by her grandmother's use of "we," signifying that her mother would not be alone in her struggles. Her mother expressed her fears openly. She would soon be unable to work, and they still lacked their own apartment, living in her mother-in-law's home. Her grandmother reassured her, promising to transfer the apartment to them as soon as she was discharged from the hospital. She acknowledged that her elder sons were already established, and that Morgan's family needed the home more urgently. Despite initial resistance from her sons, Morgan's grandmother remained resolute. After this conversation, Morgan's mother found some peace and finally decided to keep the baby. Morgan's spirits lifted, and though the sorrow of losing her father remained, she now looked forward to the joyous arrival of a new sibling. There was much to prepare: a crib to buy, clothes to gather, and countless details to arrange before the baby's birth. Morgan determined to be her mother's primary helper. Together they would manage, her mother, Morgan, and her grandmother, who vowed to recover fully by the time her youngest grandchild was born. Sadly, her grandmother's health fluctuated, improving one moment only to worsen the next. She remained in the hospital, eager to resolve the apartment documentation, but her condition deteriorated rapidly. Tragically, she passed away from another stroke, leaving Morgan and her mother to face their future alone. When Morgan learned of her grandmother's death, she was filled with anger at the cruelty of fate, which seemed to deliver one blow after another. Only later did sadness, fear, and grief set in. In time, little Iris was born, named in honour of her grandmother, whose encouragement had made her existence possible. The family faced difficult times. Morgan's mother could no longer work, and child support payments were meagre. They had to economise severely. There was no grandmother to help with money, clothes, or food. Sometimes Morgan and her mother subsisted on beans and cheap pasta for weeks. Bread with butter and sugar was considered a delicacy. Morgan wore old clothes to school until they became too small or worn out. It was embarrassing at times. She wanted to dress as nicely as her classmates. One day, one of the rich girls from her class disdainfully commented that she would never dress her enemy in an old sweater like Morgan's, saying it was outdated and unfashionable. Morgan lowered her eyes, knowing the sweater had belonged to her mother. It was warm and suitable for school, even if not stylish. They simply couldn't afford anything else. Morgan blushed deeply, but didn't tell her mother about the incident, knowing she had enough worries. Iris brought joy to their lives. She was a sweet, healthy and charming little girl who seemed to sense the family's struggles and tried not to cause additional stress. When Iris was a few months old, their mother found part-time work, cleaning stairwells early in the morning and late at night. Morgan enjoyed taking care of Iris during these hours, dressing her up, playing with her, and making her smile. Iris adored her older sister, and her name was one of her first words. With their mother's additional income, their financial situation improved slightly. Soon, Iris will grow up and go to kindergarten, and I'll return to school, their mother would say, rocking her little daughter, and we'll be happy again. Morgan smiled, glad to see her mother regaining her strength and hope after their losses, her husband's death and her mother-in-law's sudden passing. However, their trials were not over. Just as Morgan and her mother thought their lives were stabilising, another blow struck. Morgan's grandmother had passed away without officially transferring the apartment to her daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Her elder sons, Morgan's uncles, decided to sell the apartment. "Gwen, we understand your situation, but we can't wait," Uncle Christopher said. "We've found a buyer for the apartment." Morgan's mother gasped, and Morgan froze. "The apartment is legally owned by the three brothers," Christopher continued. "You'll get your third, and we'll take ours. We need the money too." "But how can you do this to us?" Morgan's mother pleaded. "It's all legal," Christopher insisted. Morgan burst into the kitchen, clutching Iris. "Grandma wanted to leave the apartment to us because we need it," she cried. "Don't you understand?" Her mother asked her to leave, her voice distant and unfamiliar. Morgan complied, unsure if her mother was angry or grateful for her outburst. Her heart was heavy with worry and fear for their future. She didn't go far, of course. It was important for her to know what was happening. "Yes, Mother mentioned something about giving you the apartment," Uncle Christopher continued. "But the woman wasn't herself after the stroke. She never fully recovered, so you can't trust those words. Besides, it's unheard of to deprive other children and grandchildren of their inheritance. No, Mother would never do such a thing. Gwen, we didn't have to share anything with you. I even suggested we shouldn't. I need the money. But Christopher insisted, so don't make a scene, and don't involve the children. We could change our minds at any moment." Uncle Sasha interjected, having been silent until then. Thus, Morgan, Iris and their mother were left without an apartment, without the cosy warm nest where they had been so happy and at peace. The money their generous uncles provided was only enough to buy a small old house in a village on the outskirts, accessible only by a suburban bus. The house was in dire need of repair. The wallpaper was peeling, and yellow stains adorned the ceiling, but it was habitable. The small, dilapidated house came with a plot of land and a garden filled with cherry trees. Morgan loved this aspect. Now she could sunbathe or read under the shade of the trees in summer, while Iris played nearby in the sandbox, building castles and digging holes to bury treasures. It was pleasant, but the drawbacks were numerous, the most significant being the inconvenient location. Iris's kindergarten was in the same village. It was a plus, but the school where Morgan studied and their mother worked after maternity leave was in the city centre, a 40-minute bus ride away, longer if there was traffic. So after getting Iris to kindergarten, they would rush home, get ready and hurry to the bus stop to come on time. However, those days when Morgan rode the bus to school with her mother were happy ones for the girl. Why? Because her mother was nearby, healthy and full of energy. They talked and discussed things on the way, walked to school together, and saw each other in the hallways during breaks. Her mother's smile warmed her heart. But then her mother had a stroke at work. Morgan sensed something was wrong when she saw the teachers rushing about and an ambulance at the school gates. She never imagined it involved her mother. Later, she was called to the director's office and informed of the news. Morgan was terrified, remembering her grandmother's fate after a stroke. Her mother was young, beautiful and energetic, never complaining about her health. Morgan was in her last year of school, and Iris was 4. Ideally, with their mother in such a state, the girls should have been placed in an orphanage. Fortunately, Juniper, their mother's friend and colleague, stepped in. She signed some papers, and the girls moved in with her temporarily. Juniper lived near the school in a spacious 3-bedroom apartment. One room was occupied by her mother, who had long dreamed of grandchildren. She joyfully welcomed the girls and cared for them. Life with Juniper was comfortable, but both girls worried about their mother. Even Iris, too young to understand, constantly asked when their mother would return from the hospital and cried in the evenings, missing her bedtime stories and gentle touch. Initially, their mother was in critical condition. Juniper visited the hospital almost daily and spoke with the doctors, keeping Morgan informed. "The doctors aren't giving any prognosis," the woman sighed. "Her condition is severe but stable. Even if she survives, she might be disabled. Do you understand what that means, Morgan?" Morgan didn't fully comprehend, but she didn't care if her mother was disabled as long as she was alive and with them. Eventually, her mother's youthful body recovered from the stroke. She was moved from the intensive care unit to a regular ward and allowed visitors. Seeing her mother again was pure joy for Morgan. Her mother had changed. She was thin, pale and fragile, lacking her usual confidence and inner strength. But she was alive, and that was all that mattered. Despite her efforts to stay strong, Morgan could see the toll her mother's illness had taken. On the day of her discharge, the girl accompanied her mother to the doctor's office, where the reality of the situation became clear. Her mother looked frail and pale, her gaze filled with confusion. The illness had left her weakened, requiring long-term rehabilitation. She could barely move around the apartment, let alone take Iris to kindergarten or pick her up. Work was out of the question. The doctor shook his head regretfully. "It's a shame there's no way to afford specialised rehabilitation. Time is of the essence. Missing this window could mean some functions never fully recover." Morgan fought back tears, knowing she had to be strong. She was the only one who could care for her mother and Iris now. After the stroke, their lives changed drastically. Morgan's mother could no longer work or manage household chores. Her weakened hands struggled to hold a pot or chop vegetables. She spent much of her time in bed, but diligently practised walking around the apartment and lifting light weights. Despite her efforts, her condition seemed to worsen, and she grew increasingly frail. At 14, Morgan took on the responsibilities of an adult. She cooked, cleaned, cared for Iris, and assisted her mother, all while keeping up with her studies. The hardest part was accompanying her mother to the doctor. These trips were challenging. Morgan had to help her mother down the steep stairs and into a taxi. Her mother would tire easily, pausing to rest, her eyes filled with sadness and frustration. She was angry at her body, at her helplessness, and very sorry for her daughters, who had to deal with such a worthless mother. After all, even Julia, as she grew up, became a helper for her mother. She would pour her tea, feed her, read the newspaper to her. The worst thing was that the condition of their mother was deteriorating. She seemed to be slowly fading away, becoming weaker and more helpless, and this despite constant training. Doctors said that this was a natural process, that the woman needed expensive rehabilitation with specialists, and that home exercises were ineffective. She was taken several times to a free health centre, but it was of little use. Classes of the wrong intensity, poorly equipped halls, lack of the necessary exercise equipment and medications. In general, in vain, only tortured the patient with these fees and moves. And still Morgan was happy that their mother was near, because as long as a person is alive, everything can be corrected, everything can be changed. Morgan remained hopeful, dreaming of the day she could afford her mother's treatment. She studied hard, focusing on her goal of becoming a translator. With a donated by Juniper laptop, she took online language courses and watched films in German and French, honing her skills. When the time came, Morgan easily gained admission to any university in the capital, but she couldn't leave her mother and Iris. Instead, she enrolled in a local college to stay close to them. Money was tight. Her mother's disability pension and child benefits barely covered their expenses. Iris was growing up and needed better nutrition, extracurricular activities, and decent clothing. Morgan knew she needed a job to make ends meet. Balancing work, studies, and household duties was challenging, but Morgan was no stranger to hardship. She found a job as a kitchen assistant in a chain restaurant, determined to do whatever it took to support her family. She had to perform a variety of duties, loading and unloading dishwashers, cleaning vegetables, dealing with delivery personnel and movers, and monitoring order wait times. The work wasn't particularly difficult, but it required a high level of engagement, attention and agility. The pay wasn't exceptional, but it was around the average salary for the city. Sometimes she had to work night shifts, since the restaurant operated 24/7. It was tough to stay awake during college lectures afterward, but Morgan managed, having no other choice. Her mother felt sorry for her eldest daughter. Sometimes tears welled up in her mother's eyes from helplessness. It was hard for her to watch her child struggle, barely resting, juggling studies, household chores and work. Morgan slept a maximum of 4 hours a night, often less. Her mother wished she could help, but her own strength was waning, her limbs growing weaker. "You're suffering because of me," her mother would sigh. "It would be better if you sent me to a nursing home. It would be easier for you, and you could take custody of Iris to keep her out of an orphanage. You're an adult now. It would be simpler for the two of you without me." "Don't say such things," Morgan would protest. "Of course we won't send you anywhere. Everything will be fine. Soon I'll finish college, find a good job, and we'll have money to get you the treatment you need. You'll be as good as new." Morgan, now grown, still believed this would happen. Her mother, however, seemed to have lost hope long ago. During her second year at college, Morgan met Daniel. He had come to the city from a village and was studying to be an engineer. Like Morgan, he was determined to achieve his goals, to become a qualified specialist, earn a decent living, own a large apartment and drive a good car. Daniel's childhood had been marked by poverty. His mother had raised him and his younger sisters alone, a strong, uneducated woman, striving to provide for her children. Now, Daniel wanted to repay his mother's sacrifices and help his sisters establish themselves. Morgan understood him well. Daniel was kind and straightforward, without any pretences. He also juggled studies and work, assisting a master at a factory, essentially learning the ropes of his future profession. They met by chance on a bus. Morgan hadn't expected such old-fashioned encounters still happened in their time. Most of her peers found partners online, but here she was, meeting someone on a bus. Daniel offered her his seat. The bus wasn't packed, but there weren't enough seats for everyone. Morgan hesitated, insisting she could stand, but Daniel persisted. As they talked, Morgan noticed his striking green eyes, warm and sincere, and his open smile. He seemed genuinely interested in her, even admiring. They chatted easily, as if they had known each other for years. Daniel even got off the bus with her 7 stops past his own. "Do you live nearby?" Morgan asked, surprised. "No," he admitted. "I just didn't want to say goodbye yet." Nervously, Daniel asked if she'd like to see a movie that evening. Morgan had the day off work, and with meals prepared and the house clean, she agreed. It was her first date. After the movie, they strolled through the city holding hands, feeling a mutual warmth and joy. They talked and got to know each other better. Daniel shared his story, living in a student dorm, studying, working part-time and sending money to his mother and sisters. He dreamed of becoming a successful professional and improving his family's life. Morgan opened up about her own struggles. Daniel listened attentively, offering words of encouragement. It was clear he felt for her. "You're not alone now," he said, seriously looking into her eyes. "I'm here, and I'll help you. It's no trouble. In fact, it makes me happy." Morgan felt Daniel meant it. He was reliable and a man of action, not just words. She felt a weight lift from her shoulders, realizing she didn't have to bear her burdens alone. From that day forward, Daniel was always there. His presence made a significant difference in their lives. He fixed leaky faucets, repaired walls, and insulated the house, making it warmer and cozier. He was also skilled at household chores, cooking meals for days and hand-washing large items that didn't fit in their small washing machine. Morgan gratefully accepted Daniel's help. She felt no awkwardness about it, for they had quickly become close, almost like family. Daniel charmed both Morgan's mother and little Iris. Iris was especially enamoured with Daniel. As the brother of 3 younger sisters, he knew exactly how to delight a little girl. He crafted a large wooden dollhouse for her, and Iris gasped in awe at the sight of it. She had never owned such a magnificent toy. Daniel then went on to create tiny furniture for the dollhouse. Together, they seriously discussed the design of the sofas and tables, and chose the colours for the curtains that hung over windows. Morgan watched them with a smile, thinking that Daniel would make an excellent father to their future children. Neither of them doubted that their wedding would take place. It was simply a matter of timing. For now, both needed to complete their studies, establish their careers, and find their footing in life. Morgan felt grateful for their chance encounter, seeing Daniel as a gift from fate, a reward for her life filled with hardships and deprivations. With him by her side, she felt a sense of peace and tranquility, a respite for her soul. He effortlessly shouldered some of her burdens. Daniel always assured her that everything would be all right, and Morgan believed him. He was a man of his word. Thinking of Daniel, Morgan smiled. Outside the window, the cityscape rushed by. The journey was still long, but that was fine. It gave her time to rest after the morning's rush. She looked forward to having the evening to be home with her mother, who had been feeling unwell lately, especially at night. People said that changes in weather affected the sick more profoundly. Daniel promised to visit in the evening, and perhaps even stay the night. His presence always brought comfort and security. As the bus approached her stop, Morgan felt a pang of regret that her moment of rest was over. Now she would have to rush around the restaurant kitchen like a busy hamster in the wheel. Yet she enjoyed her job. The kitchen staff were friendly and supportive, always ready to lend a hand or cover a shift when needed. They found time to chat, share important news, and even laugh together. Many of her colleagues were students like herself, juggling work and studies, so they understood each other well. The manager Gregory, however, was an unpleasant character. Initially, Morgan had found him likeable, not for his appearance. He was a large, imposing figure with a protruding belly, a perpetually sweaty forehead, and small, piercing black eyes, but for his understanding and kindness. He had listened to her story, empathised with her difficult situation, and even arranged a convenient work schedule for her. Gregory was generous with bonuses and always inquired about her well-being. She saw him as a kind, caring person, almost like an uncle. Having never experienced such familial support, Morgan cherished this attention. However, it was not long before she realised the true nature of his interest. Gregory frequently called her into his office to discuss work matters, and sometimes her family. Morgan even confided in him about her fatigue, believing he understood her struggles, as he had 2 daughters of his own. One day, during one of these private conversations, Gregory moved closer to Morgan and put his arm around her. She was taken aback. The touch made her uncomfortable. Thoughts fluttered in her mind like startled birds. What should she do? Protest? But what if she had only imagined Gregory's advances? She didn't want to seem foolish or unnecessarily offend him. So Morgan simply moved away, putting more distance between them. But Gregory was not ready to give up. "Morgan, I think it's time to stop beating around the bush. I'll be frank, I like you. You're beautiful, incredibly beautiful, young, vibrant and natural." Morgan was flustered. For the first time, compliments made her uncomfortable. Not just uncomfortable, but frightened. "I've been watching you for a long time," the man continued, "and I'm increasingly drawn to you. I can't help it. What do you say?" Morgan didn't know how to respond. Truthfully, she didn't want to say anything. She wanted to jump up and flee the office, far from those grasping black eyes and sweaty palms. Gregory no longer seemed like a jovial, harmless man. He was repulsive, yet he held the key to her livelihood. She could protest, be rude, but that would mean losing her job. The work schedule and pay at the restaurant suited her well. Where else could she find such a position, and how soon? She couldn't afford to be unemployed, even for 2 weeks. They simply wouldn't have enough money. "You're silent," Gregory observed. "Caught off guard, perhaps. Unexpected, isn't it?" "Yes," Morgan agreed sincerely. "Well, never mind. How about we go out today? To the hotel spa, for instance. It's very relaxing. Do you like spa?" Morgan couldn't bear to be near him any longer. She jumped up to leave, but Gregory grabbed her arm. Struggling was futile. She could feel his strength. "Perhaps I rushed things," he said, puzzled. Regret and disappointment flickered in his small dark eyes. "You're not like the others, pure and innocent. And here I am inviting you to the hotel and spa. I'm sorry. I will wait until you are ready for me." Morgan nodded. He loosened his grip and she finally escaped his office. She rushed to the restroom, locked herself in a stall and let the tears flow. A storm of emotions overwhelmed her. Fear, disgust, and a strange sense of guilt. She told no one about the incident, not her mother, to avoid worrying her, nor Daniel, fearing he might confront her boss. Her colleagues, however, noticed the change. Gregory began appearing more frequently in the kitchen or summoning Morgan to his office. "Is the boss hitting on you?" Matilda, the kitchen's seasoned cook, asked bluntly one day. Married and experienced in matters of the heart, she had a keen eye for such things. "I can see how he looks at you, practically drooling, and I notice how you avoid him." Morgan didn't deny it. She had longed to share her ordeal with someone and perhaps seek advice. "Well, well," Matilda whistled after hearing Morgan's story. Gregory the romantic. He'll wait, he says. Men always the same, no matter their age. So what are you going to do?" "What do you mean?" Morgan asked, confused. "I mean, you've kept him on the hook long enough. His interest in you is at its peak. You've played your cards right, girl, but be careful. He might get angry if you push him too far." "I don't understand," Morgan said, bewildered. "Come on," Matilda said, growing impatient. "Don't you see? It's time to give him a sign. He's not a boy, he won't wait forever." "What sign?" Morgan exclaimed. "I want him to leave me alone." "Really?" Matilda asked, surprised. "I thought you were leading him on, planning to take advantage later. But now I see that you're serious." "Matilda, he's disgusting. Married with daughters, how could he?" Matilda shook her head. "You should know by now that men like him often seek thrills elsewhere." "This is awful. I don't want this. It's disgusting. And he's a vile, fat, repulsive man." "You're overreacting. He's just a man with money. In your situation, Gregory is a great option. Think about it. He has money. He could buy medicine for your mother, pay for her treatment. You'd live comfortably, at least for a while. Use him to your advantage while he's infatuated. Get the most out of him. Think about it." But Morgan couldn't bear the thought. No, never. She was repulsed by her boss's unwanted attention, his leering glances, and his sweet talk. He constantly sought opportunities to be alone with her, often arranging meetings on purpose. Now, Morgan understood his intentions all too well. She had noticed his behaviour before, but hadn't seen it as a romantic interest. She couldn't have imagined that Gregory saw her as a potential mistress. Ideally, she would quit, but she couldn't afford to. Gregory knew about her difficult situation and took advantage of it. For now, he behaved decently, keeping his hands to himself and not making any overt advances. But he was always nearby, watching and waiting. Morgan knew it was only a matter of time before his patience ran out. Today, Morgan was on the early shift. Her boss usually arrived around lunchtime, so she would have most of her workday without his unpleasant presence. She wouldn't have to constantly look over her shoulder, anticipating his next move. "Hey, gorgeous," Matilda greeted her. Already dressed in her white uniform and chef's hat, she held a ladle in her hand. "There's a conference at the business centre across the street, so we'll be swamped." The day was unfolding without any accidents. Lunchtime was hectic, with more customers than usual due to the conference, but the team handled it flawlessly, ensuring every guest left satisfied and well fed. After the lunch rush, a lull set in, as it often did. The restaurant operated in cycles, with periods of calm between the busy times. Now, only a few patrons lingered, including a group of student friends chatting animatedly in the corner, their notebooks spread out on the table. Watching them, Morgan thought about her upcoming exams and wished she had more time to study. Daniel had offered to help, suggesting he could cover her shifts so she could focus on her studies. She had no doubt he could handle it. He was an excellent cook and got along well with her mother and Iris, but Morgan didn't want to take advantage of him. He had his own studies and work, not to mention his family responsibilities. Morgan scrubbed the sink, her thoughts turning to her mother. Her health had declined rapidly, and she urgently needed rehabilitation. The doctor had warned that time was running out, and soon no amount of money would help. But the sum the doctors quoted was beyond their means, and even Daniel couldn't help with that. Morgan hadn't even told him the amount, not wanting to burden him with her worries. She appreciated his support and the help he provided, both emotionally and physically. Matilda, ever the cynic, called Daniel a pauper and advised Morgan to leave him and set her sights on someone like Gregory. "Sure, he's married and he'll probably get tired of you eventually," Matilda would say, "but for now he can't take his eyes off you. Use the situation to your advantage. Get your mother the treatment she needs. Buy yourself some nice clothes. Maybe even save up for a car while he's being generous." These conversations made Morgan sick to her stomach, yet she couldn't deny the cold logic in Matilda's words, as harsh as they were. In her situation, she couldn't afford grand, pure love or create a paradise in a humble abode with her beloved. She had to think of her family first. Fortunately, Gregory kept his behaviour in check. He continued to show Morgan attention, his gaze sometimes feeling like a physical touch, but he made no further direct advances or inappropriate gestures. However, he occasionally hinted that he was still waiting for her decision and hoped she would accept his proposal. Even with his restrained behaviour, Gregory frightened Morgan. The bonuses he generously awarded her each month brought little joy. She accepted them, as her family desperately needed the money, but she felt uneasy, sensing that his patience might one day run out, forcing her to quit. She even looked for other jobs, but found nothing suitable that met her requirements for schedule and pay. The restaurant offered the best conditions, and she saw no viable alternatives. The bell chimed again. Morgan didn't bother looking at the monitor, displaying the security camera feed. She was busy scrubbing the stove and lost in thought. "Well, look who has come," exclaimed Brian, a young waiter with movie star looks, who received particularly generous tips from older single women. "How did someone like her end up here?" chimed in another student waitress. Morgan finally glanced at the monitor. An elderly woman stood in the centre of the dining room, looking lost and improper amidst the luxurious decor. She was wrapped in a dirty old plaid, shivering, her hair dishevelled and her eyes filled with fear. "Some homeless lady," Matilda muttered, returning from the dining room. "She stinks. She'll scare off the customers." "Where's security?" Brian asked. "Paul asked the boss for a couple of hours off to pick up his son from an after-school club," Matilda explained. "Gregory agreed, since nothing serious usually happens at this time." The internal phone rang. Matilda picked it up. "Yes, we saw her. Yes, of course. We were just about to ask her to leave. Obviously she's scaring the guests." Morgan watched the old woman, feeling a growing pity. Clearly, life had not been kind to her. The staff saw her as nothing more than a nuisance due to her poverty and appearance, denying her the basic dignity of seeking warmth. It was freezing outside. Perhaps she was hungry and hoping for kindness. Matilda and Brian hurried into the dining room. Morgan followed, fearing they might be harsh. She wanted to soften the interaction, to ensure the old woman wasn't frightened or humiliated. To her surprise, Matilda spoke politely. "Ma'am, may we help you with something?" Up close, the old woman's face and hands were visibly dirty, her hair matted with cobwebs. She seemed to have been living in a basement or near a heating pipe. "Such a nice place," the old woman murmured hopefully, looking at Matilda. Her eyes were a striking light blue, though slightly clouded. Morgan noted her elegant features and regal bearing, imagining she must have been beautiful in her youth. "I think I've been here before," the woman said. "That's unlikely," Matilda replied gently. "We must ask you to leave. You can't stay here unless you're placing an order. Those are the rules. You can warm up at the shopping centre around the corner." "No," the old woman insisted, shaking her head. "I'll stay here." She walked confidently to a window-side table, settled onto the couch, and leaned back with a contented smile. "She's not right in the head," Matilda whispered to Brian and Morgan. "We need to be careful. If she causes a scene, someone might record it and post it online. We don't need that kind of publicity." "Madam," Brian addressed the woman, "would you like to order something? You must place an order to stay here." "I would," the woman replied regally. At that moment she seemed more like a noble lady than a homeless person. "Do you have any money to pay for your order?" Matilda asked. The old woman was confused again, shoved her hands under her dirty plaid, probably in the pocket of her coat or down jacket. "I have no money," she said sadly. "It's all gone. Where is my card, my cash? I never leave home without cash." "Where do you live?" Morgan asked. "Maybe the old lady really does have a home. She's clearly not in her right mind. We should escort her or call someone from her family to pick her up. They might be worried sick, searching for their elderly relative." "I live in a big, beautiful house," the woman said, her gaze distant, as if looking through her companions. "It has a pool in the yard shaped like the letter L. Do you know such a place? Because that's my home, and I want to go there." That place seems to only exist in your dreams, Brian sighed. Morgan could see he felt sorry for the homeless woman too. At that moment Gregory stormed into the room, his face a mask of fury. "Why are you still talking to her?" he shouted at his stunned employees. "Why haven't you thrown her out yet? I told you to get rid of her, not have a chat. Do you want her to bring bedbugs or something worse into our restaurant? I hate vagrants." The old woman trembled as she looked at the imposing figure, clearly terrified. Even his employees were frightened, let alone the frail woman. "Get out of here, you old hag!" he yelled in her face. "Get out, I said! Or do you want me to help you? I don't want to touch you, but I will if I have to." The old woman shook like a leaf, tears welling up in her pale blue eyes. "I should fire you," she whispered, her lips barely moving. "You're rude and cruel, but they are kind." Her words only enraged Gregory further. It was an irrational, uncontrolled outburst of anger. Morgan realised then that something was seriously wrong with her boss. No sane person would behave this way. "I'll escort her out," Morgan said, looking directly into Gregory's furious black eyes. He calmed down instantly, and Morgan felt a sense of power over him, but this realisation brought her no joy, only discomfort. "Fine, take her out," he said, his voice more composed. "But don't touch her, please." Morgan nodded and Gregory retreated to his office. The old woman, still shaking, watched him go. "Old, fat, and yet he drools over a young beauty," she muttered. "It's quite obvious. He's a lecher." Brian stifled a laugh, and Matilda smiled, shaking her head. "Our old lady is quite perceptive," she said. "You see what we have to deal with here," Morgan said, spreading her hands. "Let me escort you out." "Very well," the old woman agreed, rising from her seat and heading for the exit. Morgan walked beside her. "And where do you live?" Morgan asked as they made their way to the door. "I already told you, dear. A big house with an L-shaped pool, but I don't know where it is. So I sleep on the streets most nights." Morgan pondered this. What if it's not just rambling, as we first thought? There's something about her manner of speech, her bearing. She's not like other homeless people. She's like a general's wife. "And what is your name?" Morgan asked. "If only I knew, dear," the old woman replied sadly. "I dream of remembering who I am and where I live, but I can't. I've asked people for help, but they just shoo me away, thinking I'm crazy." "I believe you," Morgan said. "Wait for me here in the lobby. It's warm here. Don't go anywhere. I'll get my things and we'll go to the police station to file a report. We need to sort this out." "Really?" the old woman asked, surprised. "You care? Don't you have more important things to do?" "I do have things to do, but I care," Morgan smiled. "Tell me everything you remember about yourself." It was both touching and sad. The old woman couldn't believe someone was finally showing her kindness and attention. "I live on the streets, dear," she began. "I don't know how I ended up here or anything about my past. I can't even remember simple words sometimes. There's just this constant noise in my head, a buzzing that won't let me concentrate." The old woman recounted how she found herself wandering the train station square one cold winter day, dressed in light clothing. Passers-by stared at this strange old woman, some with disgust, others with pity. She found a discarded coat in a dumpster near the station and gratefully put it on, feeling its warmth, but finding food was more challenging. The old woman did not have any money on her, and despite her confusion and forgetfulness, she still knew that food in stores and cafes is not free. She was ashamed to ask for alms from people, but she had no other choice. She wanted to eat. Kind people, quickly enough, threw some change into this outstretched hand. The palm was quickly filled with coins and small bills, thrown by people on the move. Not 15 minutes later, the old woman was approached by two scowling men who looked like homeless people. Without abuse, and politely enough, but with an obvious threat in their voices. They explained to the old woman that she had no right to stand there, that by her actions she was taking away bread from them, from the other beggars, and it would be dangerous to get in their way. The elderly woman apologised and hurried away. She desperately hoped only that she would remember her past, and then everything would be all right. Her head continued to rumble, her thoughts were confused. She found her first shelter in the nooks of alleyways, shielding herself from the biting cold with layers of tattered clothing and cardboard boxes. It was her first night on the streets, but sadly not her last. The woman began to adapt, her days filled with the endless search for sustenance. She scavenged through dumpsters for discarded food and accepted the occasional kindness from strangers. She learned the rhythm of the city, knowing when to appear at the market to gather unsold produce, and where to find the warmest spots to rest during the frigid nights. Despite her circumstances, she maintained a quiet dignity, her eyes reflecting a strength forged from years of resilience. She wandered the city, hoping to remember something or find someone who recognised her. Listening to the old lady's story, Morgan looked at her again. She seemed pitiful, dirty, ragged, frail, almost ethereal. Her face was weathered, her lips dry and cracked. Yet there was something about her that suggested she wasn't always a homeless beggar. Her speech was articulate, her manners noble, almost aristocratic. It was strange. "Have you remembered anything at all?" Morgan asked. "Nothing," the old woman replied. "The noise in my head is growing louder. I fear it will drown out all my thoughts entirely. That's the scariest part." Morgan had already decided she would not abandon the old woman in her time of need. "You know what? Wait for me here. I'll ask for some time off work, and we'll figure out what to do. Everything will be all right. Don't worry." Morgan returned to the kitchen and asked Matilda to cover for her while she quickly got dressed. She feared the old woman might wander off and she wouldn't be able to find her again. The elderly lady was clearly not in her right mind and might forget their conversation and her promise to wait. "I'll cover for you," Matilda said. "Just hurry back." Morgan knew exactly where to go. Their city had several social shelters. The old woman was likely unaware of these places, having even forgotten about the police. Morgan led her to a shelter just a couple of blocks from the restaurant. A well-dressed woman in her 50s with attentive blue eyes greeted them. Morgan and the old woman shared their story with her. "Will you help us?" Morgan asked, her voice filled with hope and desperation. She couldn't bear the thought of leaving the old woman on the streets. If the shelter couldn't take her in, Morgan would bring her home, despite her mother's fragile health. "You don't have any documents, of course," the woman said to the old lady, who sighed and shook her head. Morgan feared they would be turned away, but the woman continued, "All right, that's not a problem." Morgan and the old woman exchanged glances, first confused, then overjoyed. They embraced, overcome with emotion. "Thank you so much," Morgan said, beaming. "Yes, thank you," the old woman echoed. "I can't believe I'll be sleeping in a real bed tonight with clean sheets." "If you're lucky, you might even make it in time for dinner," the woman said. "But first our medical staff will need to examine you, given your time on the streets." Once the formalities were complete, Morgan hurried back to the restaurant. Matilda couldn't cover for her the entire shift, and Morgan was grateful for the time she had. Her heart felt light, knowing she had done the right thing. She couldn't have lived with herself if she had ignored the old woman's plight. Morgan planned to visit the old woman at the shelter and help search for her family. She was determined to print flyers with the woman's photo and post them around the city, with Daniel's help. The shelter staff suspected the old woman was not local, as she had been found at the train station, but they would involve the police in the search for her relatives. Back at the restaurant, Morgan sensed something was wrong. Gregory was furious, and Matilda confirmed her fears. "He's been raging since you left," Matilda said. "I tried to cover for you, but he insisted on seeing you. He's waiting in his office." Morgan's stomach churned with fear as she entered her boss's office. Gregory looked at her, not with anger, but with that unsettling interest that always unnerved her. "In trouble again, I see," he said, his eyes scanning her. Morgan nodded, remembering the last time she had to leave work unexpectedly when Iris fell ill. The school had called, and Morgan had no choice but to rush to her sister's side. Matilda had tried to cover for her then too, but to no avail. Another time Morgan's mother suddenly fell ill. She called, her voice weak, asking Morgan to come home quickly. Without hesitation, Morgan rushed home, not bothering to ask for permission to leave work. Fortunately, her mother was fine. It was just a reaction to the sudden temperature drop. However, Morgan's abrupt departure did not go unnoticed. She was reprimanded by her boss and lost her bonus. He hinted that her compliance would prevent further issues, but Morgan pretended not to understand. And now she was caught again. "What am I supposed to do with an employee like you?" Gregory asked, his gaze fixed on Morgan, as if genuinely seeking an answer. He leaned in, his voice low. "There's only one solution. Dismissal with a bad recommendation. What did you expect, dear? A breach of workplace discipline." Morgan remained silent, hoping he would settle for a reprimand and docking her pay, as he had before. He was unpleasant, but bearable. Gregory stood and approached her, invading her personal space. She could smell his sweat, mingling with the sharp scent of expensive cologne. He brushed a stray lock of her hair. Morgan endured the touch, though it repulsed her. "There is another option," he said, his eyes locked onto hers. "We leave right after your shift. Go somewhere quiet and pleasant, where no one will disturb us." His heavy, sweaty hand rested on her shoulder. Morgan remained silent. "Why so quiet?" he smirked, pretending not to understand again. "Let me be clear. Either you come with me now and enjoy the benefits, or you're laid off, with a note in your record. Decide quickly." "Go to hell," Morgan retorted, shrugging off his hand. "Fire me! You're disgusting! The sight of you makes me sick, let alone going anywhere with you." With that, Morgan stormed out of the office, ignoring the bewildered stares of Matilda and her colleagues. She rushed out of the restaurant, tears streaming down her face as she walked briskly to calm herself. Fear gripped her. What would she do now? She needed to find a new job quickly, but she didn't regret her actions. She had done the right thing by helping the old woman and standing up to Gregory. Before entering her home, Morgan paused to compose herself. She didn't want to worry her mother, who was growing weaker by the day. That evening, she told Daniel everything, sobbing in his arms. He gently stroked her back and hair, comforting her. "I wish you'd told me sooner about your boss," Daniel said through gritted teeth. "I would have had a word with him, and I still will." "It's pointless," Morgan sniffled. "It will only cause more trouble for all of us. Promise me you won't go to him." "Then let me help you find another job," Daniel insisted. "You couldn't work under someone like him for long." "You're right," Morgan agreed. "I feel relieved, even though I know I probably won't find a job with the same pay." Matilda called that evening, offering her sympathy and cursing Gregory. It was comforting. The next morning, Morgan received a call from her former boss. He apologised, a rarity for him, and begged her to return, promising to behave appropriately. Morgan refused, changing her phone number to avoid further problems. She began her job search in earnest, knowing she couldn't afford to be out of work for long. However, finding a suitable position proved challenging. Most jobs didn't offer the right schedule or adequate pay. As she had feared, finding a job comparable to her previous one was difficult. Daniel supported her as best he could. He helped her with her relatives and gave her money. Although Morgan knew it very well, he was having a hard time himself. He also had accompanied her to the shelter and met the elderly lady Morgan had helped. The trio quickly became friends, finding joy in each other's company. And then one day, the elderly woman was reunited with her family. When Morgan and Daniel visited the shelter, they were informed that her relatives had taken her home. "Do you have their contact information?" Daniel asked. "We didn't even get to say goodbye." "I'm afraid that's confidential," the shelter employee replied. "We can't disclose it. But don't worry, the elderly woman is in good hands. Her relatives are quite well off. I wish I were in her shoes." Morgan and Daniel were overjoyed to hear that the unfortunate woman was safe and happy with her family. They had little time to dwell on her fate, as they faced their own challenges. Morgan was desperate for work, and Daniel discouraged her from taking unsuitable jobs. "Calm down, we'll find something better," he reassured her. "This isn't right for you. We won't starve. You have me." Then Daniel found a job listing for a maid in a wealthy household. He actively helped Morgan in her job search and supported her every step of the way. She knew she couldn't have managed without him. "Listen, there's an opening for a maid," Daniel said. "The pay is good and the hours are flexible. It's perfect for you. Give them a call." Morgan had never considered working as a maid, but the pay was attractive. She called the number Daniel provided and was invited for an interview. Upon seeing the potential employer's home for the first time, Morgan was awestruck. The mansion was enormous, with a vast garden, a pool and a fountain. The interior was equally lavish. A middle-aged woman in a conservative blue dress greeted her. Her calm demeanour and attentive eyes put Morgan at ease. She was the housekeeper, responsible for hiring staff. They spoke in the living room, where the housekeeper asked Morgan questions. Though she sensed she was making a good impression, Morgan dared not hope she would be hired. Suddenly she heard footsteps on the grand staircase. Turning around, she was astonished to see the familiar elderly woman descending the stairs. But this was no longer the dishevelled old woman from the streets. She was now an elegant lady, dressed in a stylish pantsuit, her hair neatly styled and her makeup subtle yet refined. She bore an even stronger resemblance to her famous namesake. Morgan stared in disbelief as the woman approached, her eyes filled with surprise and joy. She embraced Morgan warmly. "My dear girl, I've been trying to find you for 3 days, and here you are," she exclaimed. "Did that girl from your old job tell you where to find me? Matilda, I believe." Morgan was overjoyed and couldn't say a word. "Mrs. Smith, this young lady is here to apply for the maid position," the housekeeper explained. "So, this is a coincidence?" Mrs. Smith asked, incredulous. "It seems so," Morgan replied, smiling. "So your name is Mrs. Smith? Tell me everything. Have you regained your memory? What happened?" The tactful housekeeper excused herself to make coffee, leaving Mrs. Smith and Morgan to talk in private. The elderly woman began her remarkable tale. Her son, Andre, had seen the flyers Morgan and Daniel posted around the city and came to the shelter to take her home. Immediately, Mrs. Smith began taking the medication prescribed by her doctor months earlier. It turned out that she had suffered a stroke 3 months prior. Though she recovered quickly, crucial areas of her brain responsible for memory were affected. As part of her rehabilitation, she needed to take serious medications for an extended period. Mrs. Smith diligently took her pills, but once she forgot to do it, then forgot again, and eventually her memory shut down completely. That day she wandered out of the house in her nightgown, oblivious to the cold and snow. Surprisingly, no one stopped her or tried to help, assuming she was a homeless person, best avoided. Mrs. Smith was reported missing, but the police were investigating a possible kidnapping for ransom, following a false lead. You know the rest. I came to my senses at the train station, found warm clothes in a dumpster and began a new life. My old memories vanished. The noise in my head grew louder, unsurprising since I had stopped taking my medication. My condition worsened, and I don't know what would have happened if not for you, dear girl. Anyone in my position would have done the same, Morgan said, shaking her head. I'm glad for you. Oh, not everyone would have acted as you did, Mrs. Smith replied. Remember how your boss yelled at me? He could have tried to understand my situation at least. By the way, I fired him. You did? Morgan asked, astonished. How did you manage that? You see, Morgan, I didn't just wander into your restaurant by chance. It seemed familiar to me. That's because my son Andre owns the chain, and I am a co-owner. I've been there many times, and that manager Gregory was always fluttering me. Of course, he didn't recognise me in that dirty, tattered coat, but that doesn't excuse him. As soon as I regained my senses, I went to the restaurant to confront him. There was nothing to discuss. I decided to fire him immediately. A restaurant is a place for people, and those who work there should treat customers with respect, not contempt. I also wanted to see you, Morgan, to thank you and share my story, but you had already been fired, and your friend Matilda told me what happened. That only strengthened my resolve to dismiss that scoundrel. There are far more worthy candidates for the manager's position. I asked Matilda to contact you, but my number was disconnected, Morgan explained. I changed it and hadn't given Matilda the new one yet. Well, I was sure that I would find you eventually. Mrs. Smith smiled. But here you are. What a joy, and what a remarkable coincidence. Morgan strolled through the spring city, enjoying the scent of lilacs and mock orange blossoms filling the air. Iris was in after-school care until 6, giving Morgan time to walk and think pleasant thoughts. Her life had changed dramatically since that fateful meeting with Mrs. Smith. Now, Morgan worked as a translator in one of her son's restaurants. The job was everything she had dreamed of and more: a generous salary, flexible hours, and the opportunity to use her language skills with international guests. The work inspired her and motivated her to grow in her chosen field. Morgan's mother was receiving treatment at an expensive clinic, the same one that had helped Mrs. Smith recover. Her progress was encouraging, improving daily. Morgan felt a weight lifting from her shoulders, a burden she hadn't realised she carried. Life grows lighter and more joyful with each passing day. This is your reward for your kindness and compassion, Daniel would say, just like in old fairy tales. People didn't come up with them for nothing. Kindness always attracts kindness. Kaylee was enraged, wanting to tear, throw and smash dishes, especially the ones given as wedding gifts by James's parents. Her soul was filled with resentment, anger and a desire for revenge against James, who cheated on her and wanted her gone. To him, his loving wife was merely an obstacle on his path to wealth. It was astonishing how just 15 minutes ago she was completely happy, and now everything had changed so abruptly that her head was spinning. Her husband had a mistress, and Kaylee had personally hired this very Daisy at work as an accountant. She had always been pleased with her as an employee, and so she accidentally overhears her hubby cunningly and cold-bloodedly discussing a plan to eliminate his wife, and this Daisy gives him advice, wanting to help her lover. He wanted to arrange everything so that he would benefit the most with minimal effort. His legal education was certainly helpful, although as far as Kaylee knew, James never dealt with criminal cases. But then again, she couldn't claim to know him at all. Could she ever have imagined that her husband, along with his mistress, would plot to eliminate her? Who knows what connections and acquaintances he has? It was quite possible that this vile pair could manipulate the situation so that she, Kaylee, would be gone, and they would live happily ever after. Yes, they were dangerous enemies. Therefore, Kaylee couldn't let them know that their scheme had been discovered, or they might accelerate their wicked plan. She had to remain calm to expose the traitors without giving them a chance to escape justice. Both James and Daisy deserved punishment for their treachery, especially since her life was at stake. The apartment, the modestly profitable business, the car, these were pleasant bonuses. It was true what they said: appetite comes with eating. Greedy James didn't want a divorce because it would mean an inevitable division of property. However, he didn't want to share the firm which Kaylee had founded single-handedly. Of course, they had developed it together, but he wanted to take everything for himself, even what didn't belong to him. 3 years ago, when Kaylee married James, she believed he loved her more than life itself. Yes, it had all started so wonderfully and romantically. Overwhelmed, Kaylee felt tears welling up in her eyes and quickly parked her car in front of the nearest grocery store. Leaning back in her seat, she lost herself in memories. At the time she met James, Kaylee was far from romantic thoughts. She was consumed by the whirlwind of tasks related to opening her own bakery, where she planned to bake pastries using homemade recipes. It was much more challenging than using an established franchise, but she was determined to create an original bakery with her childhood friend Catherine. Their warm and trusting relationship had begun in school, and although they went their separate ways to different colleges, they maintained their friendship almost unchanged. It was remarkable that romantic and often dreamy Kaylee never irritated straightforward and pragmatic Catherine, whose serious, practical advice often helped avoid troubles. The tandem of these two dissimilar young women was perfect, and their roles in the cafe had been established long before starting the business. Catherine, with her accounting background, was ready to handle all financial matters, as she was well versed in them, and to Kaylee's surprise, shared her enthusiasm for balancing debits and credits with love and attention. Kaylee, trained as a pastry chef, had relevant experience for their planned venture, having worked for several years in a reputable establishment where she learned many valuable nuances not taught in school. The registration of the firm and initial capital were significantly aided by the girls' parents, but both Kaylee and Catherine gave their all. However, it was still challenging. Kaylee quickly realised that her experience was insufficient. Being an employee was much easier than managing everything independently, but there was no turning back, and the young women were determined to achieve their goal. On that momentous day, Catherine fell ill, leaving Kaylee to handle the least productive task in the world alone, waiting. The supplier had promised to deliver the ordered furniture in the morning, but it never arrived. Kaylee received several calls throughout the day, asking her to wait just a little longer, so she stayed close to the future pastry shop. Finally, the furniture was delivered in the evening. The assemblers worked efficiently and soon left, leaving behind a pleasant setup. Kaylee was incredibly happy that her long-held idea was finally becoming a reality, but as soon as she closed the door behind the assemblers, she realized how exhausted she was. From experience, she knew that there were two contrasting ways to restore her energy. The easiest way was to indulge in sweets, but this threatened her already imperfect figure. Constantly battling extra pounds, Kaylee tried not to give in to temptation. Her beloved profession and genetics predisposed her to weight gain, so she chose an alternative and healthier option, a walk in the city park. The downpour came suddenly, and her trusty umbrella failed her, refusing to open. She tried to take shelter under a tree to call a taxi, but groaned in frustration. It completely ran out of battery. Of course, this happened at the worst possible moment. So, Kaylee had no other options except going to the bus stop. The cold raindrops sent shivers down her spine. Suddenly, the rain stopped pelting her. "Miss, you're probably already soaked, but let me protect you," a stranger said, sheltering Kaylee under his umbrella. Kaylee was taken aback, but accepted the help. After all, there were other park visitors around, and she didn't feel threatened. The stranger behaved appropriately and didn't suggest anything inappropriate. Together they reached the bus stop, where a crowd had gathered under the shelter. The stranger introduced himself. "My name is James. I was taught that once you start helping someone, you shouldn't abandon them. Given the transport situation, I suggest we take a taxi home comfortably. If you're uncomfortable, I can order 2 cars, but that seems selfish, considering others also need to get home in this weather. I promise you'll be safe. What do you say?" Feeling her wet feet growing colder, Kaylee agreed. She gave him her address and promised to pay him back for the ride once her phone was charged. James, tracking the taxi's arrival on his app, didn't respond. As the bus stop wasn't large enough for everyone, they stood silently under the umbrella. Soon James pointed to a car parking nearby and cheerfully announced, "Here's our cab." Kaylee was relieved to be in the warm car. When she asked for his phone number to transfer the fare, James handed her his business card. "There's no need to transfer money. I can easily afford a taxi ride, especially since we're practically going the same way. I just thought you or someone you know might need legal services someday. You are welcome to call me. I'll be happy to help." As Kaylee exited the car near her home, she thanked the man who had unexpectedly come to her aid. "Thank you again." And as soon as her smartphone charged at home, Kaylee hurried to send James the money, but she soon received an SMS informing her that the entire amount had been returned. The message also read, "Glad to have met you." Shrugging, she decided not to resend the money. It does seem a bit petty and selfish, she thought. After some consideration, Kaylee decided that once the cafe opened, she would send her rescuer an invitation to try any treat on the house. This seemed like the most appropriate gesture. About a week later, after much stress, Kaylee and Catherine's cafe welcomed its first customers. They saw a steady stream of visitors, and Catherine even had to help the staff. In the middle of the day, James came in with a bouquet of flowers. So their romance started. Kaylee was completely charmed by him, and he quickly became indispensable to her. However, there was a tension between James and Catherine. Catherine would grimace whenever James complimented her, and didn't hesitate to snap back if he criticised her. "Listen, Kaylee, I understand love can make you dizzy, but haven't you noticed James's strange eyes? It's like he's scanning people for weaknesses to exploit later, and his pupils, they dilate and constrict like a predator's." Kaylee defended her beloved, attributing his intense gaze to his former police work. She urged her beloved not to take Catherine's criticism personally, even though James often made unprovoked jabs at her. Their joint outings soon ceased. James, though outwardly polite, managed to irritate Kaylee with his numerous probing questions directed at Catherine. He wanted to know everything about her, where she studied, lived, her work experience, and even her preferred clothing stores. Eventually, Catherine grew tired of his interrogations. "James, why do you think you're interrogating me in your office? Look around, we're in a movie theatre lobby, and Kaylee with us. Pay attention to her, not me. I'm sick of your questions and having to defend myself for no reason." With that, Catherine hastily said goodbye to her friend and left. From then on, Catherine avoided any interaction with James, often ignoring his questions altogether. By autumn, the cafe had become a success, attracting regular customers, including many students from the nearby university. Kaylee was overjoyed. According to the figures Catherine showed her, they were finally seeing a net profit. Although it was modest, it was a significant milestone. "We haven't recouped our investments yet," the accountant reported, "but if things continue at this pace, by early February, we should break even and start making a profit. We should think about adding something special to our assortment for the new year." Catherine's idea proved successful, and soon they were developing recipes for festive decorated cookies. Alongside the growing profits, another joyous event occurred. James proposed to Kaylee, and without hesitation she accepted. Catherine, upon hearing the news, grimaced and shared her feelings bluntly. "I'm sorry for you, Kaylee. This slippery James is clearly not marrying you out of love." Kaylee was deeply hurt. "So, you think I'm unlovable? Is it because I'm overweight? Well, let me tell you, James loves my figure just the way it is." Catherine tried to explain. "It's not about your appearance. You look fine, though I've noticed you swayed from croissants to oatmeal cookies with your coffee, even skipping sugar and cream. I'm just saying, watch how James acts when he thinks no one is looking. He always seems to be calculating something. After that ugly argument between the friends, they barely spoke afterward, except for work-related matters. Despite the disagreement and her mother's pleas to reconsider, Kaylee was determined to marry James. She saw doubts about him as personal insults. The only thing in which she went against the groom was his desire to conclude a prenuptial agreement. For some reason, romantic Kaylee felt that this reduces the bright feeling of love to a pragmatic deal. James did not insist, but at his gentle request, the money was used to buy a family car. Kaylee was not embarrassed that she did not have a driver's license at that time, and in fact, the car became indivisibly owned solely by her husband. He occasionally gave her rides, but their schedules often didn't align. She was used to taking public transportation to work and back to the apartment she now shared with James. Driving lessons were continually postponed due to her busy schedule. The business demanded constant attention, with competitors opening similar establishments nearby. They had to stay ahead, not just meeting demand but also innovating. After careful consideration and calculations, they introduced new items. Some ideas didn't work out, but overall, the business growth was satisfying for the owners and employees. There were a few unpleasant incidents where customers sought compensation for allegedly poor quality products. James intervened and resolved these issues out of court, earning Kaylee's admiration and deepening her love for him. He seemed like her ideal man. However, dissatisfied customers were rare. Most visitors enjoyed the cafe, but the young businesswoman was not satisfied with the results achieved. They introduced healthier sweets for the health-conscious. Kaylee, though she didn't admit it at first, was self-conscious about her figure. She disliked her plump knees, arms, and the fat concealing her waistline. The young woman began to adhere to a strict diet. The mode of calorie deficit was not immediately notable, but still went in favour of the figure. But from the former cheerful character, there was almost nothing left. Only trust in her husband was unchanged. Over time, Kaylee and Catherine decided to expand their business and open another cafe. Though it would bring more stress and chaos, they believed it was necessary for growth. Kaylee was excited to share the idea of expanding their cafe with James. However, James's response was unexpectedly sceptical. "I think the cafe should show much more efficient results. I don't want to upset you, but if you want my opinion, I'll give it to you straight. You need to double-check how your dear Catherine is handling the accounting. I suspect she's embezzling money, taking advantage of your trust. Opening a new location is just another opportunity for her to deceive you. She'll collude with the renovation crew and profit even more from your naivety." Kaylee was outraged. "What are you saying, James? Catherine is like a sister to me. We've been friends since school, and I trust her completely." But James persisted. "I'm telling you, she's stealing your profits, rejoicing in your trusting nature. She's jealous of you and wants to sabotage your happiness. She even tried to charm me to spite you. I regret not recording her calling you names and suggesting we have an affair." Kaylee struggled to believe her husband. Ending a friendship of over 17 years was not easy. However, James continued to persuade her that Catherine was a snake in human body. Nevertheless, the second cafe opened, but James took full control of the renovation. During this period, Catherine often complained to Kaylee about the inflated costs, but Kaylee reassured her that James knew what he was doing. Catherine pointed out discrepancies in the expense report, but James dismissed her accusations, accusing her of comparing prices with outdated listings and unskilled labourers. "Catherine, calm down and stop sticking your nose where you're not an expert. You think you're an expert, but you're just a meddler in heels." Catherine wanted to argue, but Kaylee intervened to prevent a conflict. "Please stop it," she said. "You can't just chase after the cheapest option. Quality materials and a reliable crew are essential for a perfect result. These costs ensure everything will be done professionally and quickly, without unnecessary stress." James and Catherine exchanged hostile glances, but the incident was over. However, James continued to warn Kayleigh about trusting Catherine, causing tension between the friends. A year went on, and a heated argument erupted between the friends. They were discussing the opening of a third cafe. James found a place for it and even made a deposit from their family savings. Catherine criticised the location, calling it a poor choice and accusing James of overpaying. Kayleigh defended her husband, accusing Catherine of flirting with him. "Everything you've said is nonsense." Catherine laughed off the accusations. "I swear I have no interest in your precious James. In fact, I despise him for driving a wedge between us. He's a manipulative opportunist, systematically eliminating any competition for resources, leaving himself as the sole beneficiary. Think yourself. He lives on your territory, drives a car registered in his name but bought with your money, and you've almost entirely renewed his wardrobe. Think about it and calculate how much he actually contributes to your family budget. It's time to open your eyes. Don't you see that James is driving a wedge between us? How can you be so naive? Since we're having this conversation, let me tell you that James tried to make a move on me, not the other way around. But he failed and I told him off. When that didn't work, he decided to turn you against me. I do my piece of work. Everything in our business is fine with the accounting. You can even order an additional independent audit if you like. But I'm warning you, it will be a waste of money. If your only concern is keeping James happy, then we're not on the same page. I'm tired of him meddling in everything, even things he knows nothing about, and turning you against me. So, if you're going to bring in auditors, you might as well find a new accountant too. After this total lack of trust, I doubt we can continue working together as before." Kayleigh was furious, offended, and a little scared. James had warned her that Catherine would respond exactly like this, which meant he was right about other things too. The audit demanded by James was conducted, and no violations were found. But despite Kayleigh's efforts to persuade her friend not to quit, Catherine was adamant. The issue of her share in the business was also resolved. When Kayleigh, at James's suggestion, offered to buy Catherine's share, Catherine agreed, though her eyes were filled with contempt. "I hope you know what you're doing," Catherine said coldly. "I'm giving up my stake in the business and resigning as a partner because I want nothing to do with a family controlled by a deceitful man. I want to warn you one last time. Don't lose yourself in him. James is not someone you should trust blindly." Soon, James found a prominent and skillful accountant for their business. Daisy took Catherine's place, and Kayleigh, in her naivety, never questioned how easily everything fell into place. She was too busy and too in love to suspect her husband. James had become everything to her, lover, friend, and advisor. At his insistence, Kayleigh finally learned to drive and got her license. James gave her his old car, assuring her it was reliable. He bought himself a new fancy car, as their financial situation allowed for 2 vehicles. And so a seemingly beautiful story ended in a horrible, almost cliched way. Today, Kayleigh returned from another city where she had attended a specialised exhibition. Everything had gone well. She met new people, showcased her work, and bought new equipment. The trip was productive and enjoyable, though she was exhausted. Against her better judgment, Kayleigh decided to return home that evening instead of staying overnight. Along the way, she decided to check on the renovation progress at a new cafe location. The lit windows indicated someone was inside, but she couldn't park near the entrance due to roadwork. Kayleigh parked nearby and approached the building, quietly opening the door with her key. The main hall was empty, and she was about to call out a greeting when she heard her husband's voice in the potential kitchen area. He wasn't talking to the workers, but to Daisy. "I regret not making that lovesick cow sign a prenuptial agreement back then," James said. I would have worded it so she wouldn't understand, and after the divorce, she'd be left with nothing. Then you and I could have lived it up, but for now, we have to be careful. Can we at least have some fun tonight? Go out or rent a place? Daisy asked. This is too risky, honey, James sighed. Daisy, I'd invite you over, but my mother-in-law might drop by at any moment. She's a fat cow, and so is her daughter. James, you're not being fair. Your wife has lost weight recently. Not knowing Kaylee was listening, James laughed. A skinny cow isn't a timid doe. Her skin is sagging, even though she tries to exercise, and her personality has become unpleasant. You, on the other hand, are a delight, in body and soul. And body? Daisy flirted. Yes, and body. I want to enjoy your company in comfort. But we have to be careful for now. Don't worry, we'll bury that cow and take everything. Kaylee stood rooted to the spot, her heart pounding. She wanted to confront them but couldn't move. Daisy's next words sent a chill down her spine. James, it's better to have Kaylee cremated. That way no one will ever know the real cause of your sudden widowhood. You're a dangerous one, Daisy. In James's voice as he spoke to his mistress, there was both admiration and something akin to fear. Watching too many detective shows, aren't you? Quite the schemer. And I must say, you're probably right. Cremation is the perfect way to hide the evidence, not in water but in fire. I'll have to discuss the burial method with her parents, but I think I can convince them of the suitability of the option I propose. It's unfortunate that they will also be in line to inherit, but that can be dealt with. After all, who knows what might happen to them in their grief over losing their daughter. I trust you'll handle everything perfectly, Daisy cooed admiringly. The sound of kisses followed. Instinctively recoiling from the revulsion that overcame her, Kaylee knocked over a water bottle left on the floor by the workers. Oh, James! Daisy exclaimed. I think I heard a noise in the next room. Nonsense, the workers left long ago. Maybe a mouse survived thanks to the negligence of the pest control guys, James assured her. I think you're just imagining things. Come on, don't worry, and don't get distracted. We have more pleasant things to do than chasing mice, my dear. Kaylee even covered her mouth with her hand to stop from screaming in indignation and disgust at the sickly sweet tone of James's voice. James, please go and check what's there. I can't relax thinking someone might be nearby or even watching us. Without waiting for Daisy to persuade James to check the room, Kaylee hurried away quietly so as not to reveal that she had been there and heard such an unpleasant conversation. The woman was horrified. So, her mother and father were also in danger. She couldn't risk her parents' safety. She wouldn't worry them either. Kaylee couldn't bear the thought of going home and pretending to James that she missed him and was happy to see him, as if nothing had changed between them. Ironically, the only person Kaylee, betrayed by her seemingly loving husband and trusted colleague, could turn to for help was Catherine. But how could her once offended friend react to a plea to at least listen and give good advice? Barely breathing, Kaylee listened to the long beeps and then finally heard Catherine's energetic greeting through the speaker. Hello? Catherine, please forgive me for everything. You were completely right. I'm in such a situation that I'm scared, terribly scared. Please, let's meet. I can't tell you everything over the phone. Whether Catherine had forgiven her friend or decided to gloat, Kaylee didn't care. The important thing was that she heard the words she so desperately needed. All right, come over. You probably haven't forgotten the address. My parents conveniently went on vacation, otherwise they probably wouldn't have let you in the door. Unlike her friend, Catherine had no desire to live separately from her parents. With her rational mind, she figured it made no sense to get into a mortgage trap and preferred to save up the necessary amount gradually to avoid overpaying. Soon, Kaylee was sitting in the cosy kitchen, listening to the steady ticking of the antique clock that had been there since their childhood, and after telling Catherine about her problem, she summed it up. "So, that's the mess I'm in. You have every right to say you warned me not to trust James completely. I made a big mistake, and now I'm surprised at myself for not noticing what kind of person he really is. Probably the whole staff knows about his affair with Daisy, except me." Having listened to her friend without interrupting, Catherine shook her head. "Even I didn't expect such a thing from your husband, although I noticed that he was a real scoundrel without principles or morals. I didn't think he would go to such lengths for gain. Forgive me for saying unpleasant things, but since they are leaning towards cremation, they will likely choose to poison as the method of your elimination. Perhaps the best course of action would be to move out of your apartment for a while and strictly refuse any food or drink offered by James and Daisy. However, there is a catch here too. Your enemies could slip the poison to you indirectly, simply by placing it within your reach. Going to the police would probably be useless and might even be more dangerous than dealing with James yourself. As I understand it, you didn't record the conversation between your husband and his mistress, and besides, he might still have friends among the law enforcement. Your word against his. Not a strong position. James is a lawyer, and things could turn out terribly for you. You really got yourself into a mess with this, James. Now you'll have to work hard to get out of it without losses. So, you can't run away. And starting a scandal right now is also dangerous. Who knows how the sweet couple of lovers would react? You'll have to outsmart them, but we need to think everything through cautiously." The friends began to consider their options, but the conversation was interrupted by the ringing of Kaylee's smartphone. It was James calling. "Answer, but don't talk to him for long, or he might sense something's wrong from your voice. Tell him you're terribly tired and going to bed," Catherine advised in a whisper, for some reason. James spoke to Kaylee kindly and affectionately. She almost began to doubt what she had heard, him dreaming of a happy life as a rich widower. As her friend had advised, the woman spoke less and listened more. A few minutes later, she quickly ended the conversation with a feigned yawn. "James, I'm incredibly tired today. I'll see you tomorrow." Assured the call had ended, Kaylee placed the smartphone on the table and grimaced, trying to hold back the tears, threatening to escape. "How can someone lie so perfectly?" she said. "If I didn't know he was desperate to get rid of me, I might have believed his words about our separation being unbearable. He lies so cynically, deceives so unscrupulously, speaks tender words without the slightest hint of his true feelings or desire to destroy me. Kaylee, unfortunately, it was obvious to everyone but you that your chosen one was a fraud. You didn't listen to anyone's advice. But there's no time to regret the past. Something has to be done in the present to avoid an even more complicated situation. First, don't panic. It won't help, and could even make things worse. I'm afraid that with Daisy's help, James has transferred a significant sum to secret accounts, possibly opened under false names. Of course, if they planned to eliminate you completely, they might not have bothered with extra precautions. Why risk getting caught if, after a short while, they can gain a much larger prize? Our first step will be to uncover the details of their plot. It might be best to ensure your parents are safe by sending them away until this is resolved. We need to stay alert, notice any strange occurrences, and gather evidence to expose the traitors. It would be helpful to listen in on James's conversations, but unfortunately, I don't know anyone who can quickly provide such equipment. Kaylee shook her head. Neither do I, and honestly, I'm not sure if I can pretend to be a loving wife, knowing James's treachery. I'm scared and disgusted at the same time. Catherine doubted the reliability of her strategy. Yes, I didn't consider that. Your face reveals your emotions as clearly as a screen, so we'll have to act boldly and swiftly. For this plan, surprise and support are key. Then, second option, tomorrow morning when James leaves the apartment, which is entirely yours, by the way, a locksmith will change the locks. It's unlikely that James has already poisoned your favourite coffee or other personal items, but I wouldn't rule out the possibility. So, Kaylee, to be safe, restock your supplies. Next, we need to lure Daisy away from her workplace so she can't delete any incriminating data. Then, you file for divorce and begin the property division process. It might be challenging, but at least it will be an open fight. I can check the accounting if you trust me, or you can hire independent auditors. I think our chances of success are good. You might want to file a police report in case James tries to harm you, but he'll probably be too afraid to act directly. Kaylee confessed. Catherine, I prefer the second option. I can't play these games. Catherine shrugged. That's understandable. You're honest and straightforward, even if you're easily influenced. So let's get some sleep. Tomorrow, great things await us, but first, we'll arrange for a locksmith to be on standby. Kaylee didn't know how to thank her friend for forgiving the bitter hurt she had caused. All words seemed hollow and insufficient. She was overwhelmed by Catherine's generosity and apologised again for risking their long-standing friendship over someone so unworthy. In the morning, Catherine informed her boss that she would arrive closer to lunchtime and accompanied Kaylee to her apartment. James was already gone, and while the locksmith changed the locks, the friends sorted through potentially dangerous food items, disposing of them in bags. Then they packed James's belongings into suitcases. By the time the locksmith handed Kaylee the new keys, everything was ready. After locking the apartment, they headed to the cafe that had once been their joint project. On the way, Kaylee messaged Daisy, asking her to meet at their third cafe. Ensuring Daisy had left, the friends entered the building. Catherine immediately began examining the computer, and soon she found documents incriminating the dishonest accountant and changed the computer password to prevent Daisy from tampering with the evidence. The cafe bustled with activity, unaware of the dramatic changes unfolding. James was surprised when Kaylee called him to inform him she was filing for divorce. Very funny, darling, but today isn't April Fool's Day. I have a lot to do. You can explain this silly idea tonight. See you later, sweetheart. Kaylee looked at her friend in disbelief, and Catherine smirked. He's totally confident. You're still madly in love with him. But I bet he's calling his mistress right now to figure out what's happening. They'll be here soon, mark my words. They'll probably arrive separately. Catherine was right. The friends had barely finished their coffee when James entered the office. For a moment, the man's handsome face contorted in a grimace as he saw his wife in the company of Catherine. However, he instantly regained control of his emotions and, after greeting them, addressed his wife and then her friend. Kaylee, I insist that you explain to me what happened during your business trip, and this conversation is clearly not for outsiders. Catherine, I hope you have the tact to leave me alone with my wife. We have much to discuss. James, we won't talk in private. If you want, let's discuss what you wanted to discuss. I'm listening to you intently. The man was taken aback, but raising his hands in a mock surrender, he asked, What is this unfortunate joke about a divorce? No, James, I'm not joking. Kaylee spoke calmly, though she had to clench her fists until her knuckles turned white. We are getting a divorce, and that is final. I don't want to voice the reasons aloud, and besides, you know them well. Tell me when you can come to pick up your things. James was not about to give up without a fight, and Kaylee, who had accidentally overheard his conversation with his mistress, understood why. He wanted more than what he would get in a fair divorce. He wanted a bigger and tastier piece of the family pie. This analogy which came to mind unbidden, helped Kaylee listen to her unfaithful husband with a touch of humour. "Kaylee, I don't understand anything. I can only guess that Catherine is involved in this situation. Darling, if you want my opinion, such interference in purely family matters is unacceptable." Unexpectedly, Kaylee found herself amused. "Darling, indeed. I thought you wouldn't dare call me that to my face, because you used to call me Fat Cow." The fear she saw in her husband's eyes gave her confidence, and she continued. James understood that somehow his wife had found out how he referred to her behind her back, but he still tried to play his part, speaking in his deep, well-modulated voice. "Darling, every family has disagreements, crises and grievances, but for the sake of love, we must learn to communicate and compromise. What are you lacking? I spend enough time with you and help with the business. Isn't that enough? If you like, let's take a little break. Take a trip somewhere, relax. When you return, refreshed and content, we can continue this conversation. I love you and have no intention of getting a divorce." While Kaylee was stunned by her husband's audacity, and currently, just as Catherine had predicted, Daisy entered the office. She greeted everyone and headed to her desk, but Kaylee addressed her, making her words a barrier. "Daisy, I hope you won't make a scene and will resign voluntarily. I have discovered your dishonesty and will not tolerate such a person in my company or my life." Daisy looked to her lover for support, but James remained silent. She decided to defend herself. "Actually, I know my rights. I don't know what you're talking about, but I perform my duties conscientiously, and your allegations of dishonesty are not grounds for dismissal. If necessary, I will contact the Labour Inspectorate, involve every regulatory body I can, and create such a scandal that all your cafes will be shut down. You'll be begging on the streets. Understand? I won't lecture you. It seems pointless," Catherine intervened. "There are more than enough grounds for terminating your employment, so, Daisy, it's better not to make threats, but to choose a less painful way to part with your job. Think about it." Kaylee's offer is an act of genuine mercy. Most business owners in her position would make life very difficult for a dishonest accountant like you, and it's clear James won't rush to your aid. Blushing, Daisy stormed out of the office. James glared at Catherine with hatred before turning to Kaylee. "Fine, I understand. You need some time to cool off. I'll come home around 8 this evening and we can talk in a calm setting. Hopefully without witnesses." He glanced at Catherine before adding, "By the way, Catherine, mind your own business and stay out of ours." With that, he left the office, slamming the door behind him. Soon, Catherine, after reassuring her friend, returned to her own work, asking, "Should I come over this evening? I don't think you should be alone with that monster. Who knows what he might do?" Kaylee shook her head. "Thank you, Catherine. I don't think it's necessary. My parents are coming over this evening. You've already done so much for me. Although I must admit, I would be happy to see you. Maybe, after the unpleasant part of the evening with James is over, we can sit and chat like old times." Catherine, glancing at her smartphone, hurried to say goodbye. "You know, I've missed our chats too. I'll try not to be late, and I'm afraid James won't peacefully collect his things. So if you don't mind, I'll bring Robert Miller with me. Remember him?" Kaylee, of course, vividly remembered the classmate who had always tried unsuccessfully to win Catherine's affection. "Honestly, I didn't even know he was in town. Didn't he move away? Anyway, feel free to come over. We'll have a little reunion. My parents will be delighted." Later that day, James, preparing for his evening meeting with Kaylee, bought a gentleman's reconciliation kit, a large bouquet of her favourite flowers, a bottle of fine champagne, and an exquisite bracelet. He expected his charm and eloquence, along with the treats and the gift, to win her over, but his key wouldn't fit in the lock. This unexpected obstacle soured his mood, but he had no choice. He planned to reconcile with his wife, gain her forgiveness, and then eliminate her. He stood outside the door, calming his rage. When his breath steadied, he rang the bell. Finding Kaylee not alone was another unpleasant surprise. Her parents stood behind her, their expressions stern, but James, ignoring the packed bags in the hallway, greeted them and stepped inside. "Kaylee, my love, we should at least try to resolve this peacefully, and you've even bought a support group. I came in good faith, hoping to make amends. I love you and you love me. Why get a divorce? What man doesn't have a little fling? I swear, my love, I swear on anything, I'll never look at another woman again. What do you say?" Kaylee was once again shocked by her husband's audacity. How could he stand there so composed with flowers and gifts, confident in his charm and the success of his visit? "You know what, James?" Kaylee replied with a bitter smile. "How did I end up marrying such a deceitful monster? Just a day ago, you and your mistress were plotting to get rid of me, and now you're here, trying to make amends and reconcile. You even seem sincere in your promises of fidelity. At least you don't swear, 'till death do us part.' That would have been laughable, given what I heard yesterday. Take your things and get out of my life. Know that if you cause any more trouble for me, you'll face the consequences. Take this chance for a peaceful resolution." His carefully concealed irritation finally surfaced. "So, these bags, so thoughtfully packed to save my time, contain only clothes? As your legal husband, I'm entitled to some of the electronics. Did you really think I'd just take the clothes and leave? That's not serious. Nobility shouldn't be mistaken for foolishness. I'll take everything I'm entitled to by law." Kaylee's father intervened. "Dear son-in-law, you have a legal background, don't you? Remind me, what's the penalty for conspiring to commit a crime? Do you still want the appliances? What will you need it for in prison? Can you tell me?" James, caught off guard, struggled to respond to the serious accusation. Catherine's boyfriend, whom James hadn't noticed before, gently but firmly escorted him out of the apartment, followed by the bags. Separately, Kaylee bought out a boxed dinner set, a wedding gift from her mother-in-law, and a gaming console she had once given her beloved husband. "Here, James, the discs are in the bag too. Enjoy your games, but don't even think about reconciling with me. It's over. I know it's foolish to expect decency from you, but please don't bother me any more. For the sake of the good times we shared, let's end this peacefully." James said nothing, abruptly turning and walking away with his belongings. He had expected a different outcome when preparing for the meeting. Now it was clear his wife knew about the plot to eliminate her, not only about his infidelity. Daisy had been right to worry about the strange noises. He should have checked it out yesterday. Perhaps the situation would have turned in his favour. Now all he could do was gather his bags and go to his mistress. Unlike James, who had been practically escorted out, the mood in Kaylee's apartment was upbeat. Her parents suggested Kaylee to move in with them, but the young woman nodded in agreement. She felt her apartment, tainted by her husband's betrayal, needed a fresh start. She decided to renovate, at least cosmetically, and rearrange the furniture to erase all memories of her brief marriage. Her family and friend enthusiastically supported the idea. Robert promised that he would soon contact a reliable acquaintance who could handle the renovation without any hassle. The whole night, 3 former classmates reminisced about their fun school pranks. "Listen, Robert, what made you return to your childhood town? There were rumours that you opened something like a hotel complex down south," Kaylee inquired. The rumours were correct but slightly distorted. I did live in the south. I was renovating my grandparents' house, where my parents now live, because they prefer the climate there. I also built a guest house on the property, so my sister's family would have autonomous living space. It's not quite a hotel complex and wasn't built for profit, but I must say it turned out very cosy. However, I didn't want to stay in the south permanently. I have a personal interest here. Living away from Catherine made me realise that I couldn't be without her any longer. I'm tired of being single and worried that someone more persistent might take her away. Finally! I'm so happy for you both. I'll organise the wedding cake for you. Any design and flavour you want. Just let me know the date. The evening, which had started so tense and unpleasant, ended with a pleasant conversation about wedding details. Kaylee was happy for her friend and cautiously asked, "Catherine, would you consider working with me again? Of course, besides your salary, you'll get a percentage of the sales." Catherine was honest. "You know, I believe everything happens for the best. My current job suits me just fine. And, to be honest, there's another reason why I can't take your offer." Catherine paused and then turned to Robert. "Can I reveal another one of our secrets?" After a kiss on the cheek, which served as permission, Catherine shared the news of her pregnancy with her friend. "Well, that's why we decided to hurry with the wedding. We want our child to be born in wedlock. So you see, there's no point in hiring me. I'm going on maternity leave, and then there will be sick days with the baby." Kaylee was delighted that Catherine and Robert were finally happy together and wished them all the best. However, her own life was complicated. James's parents were constantly urging her to forgive her husband, both over the phone and in person. One day her mother-in-law came to Kaylee's workplace and started pleading. "Kaylee, why are you so hard on James? Life is not a walk in the park. All men cheat, but some are better at hiding it. James is just honest. He doesn't have the habit of lying, and that's something to appreciate. Call him right now in my presence and make up with him." But resentment is for ordinary dumb. Confident people don't allow themselves such feelings. Stop dwelling on nonsense. You're already 25, not exactly fresh on the marriage market. A divorcee, even without kids, is not a good look. You have a strange business in a highly competitive field, always on the brink of bankruptcy and pride. That's all you have. Come on, pick up the phone and call him. What are you waiting for? Kaylee was tired of listening to the moralising, grim predictions, veiled insults, direct orders, and blurted out, "Please, enough. I've listened to you long enough, but I won't stay silent any more. I'm divorcing your wonderful son, not just because he had an affair with the accountant behind my back. I don't know what James told you, but the affair is the least of it. What I never expected when I got married was that my husband would be so tired of me that he would plan to physically eliminate me and then bury or cremate me. Be glad I didn't go to the police about him and his girlfriend. I spared them, but mostly you and your husband. I can't imagine what respectable parents must feel, knowing they raised a scoundrel. I hope now you understand that I won't be calling or reconciling with your son." The woman pursed her lips, said goodbye and left. The divorce and property division were far from smooth. However, with the help of an experienced lawyer, recommended by Robert, Kaylee managed to keep her entire network of establishments. James was furious because it was proven that Daisy had embezzled money from Kaylee's accounts multiple times. He had to help his lover get out of this predicament, as she promised to keep quiet about the crime they had planned. Overall, after 3 years of marriage, James was left with only his car and had to move out of Kaylee's cosy apartment. In her new status as a divorcee, as her mother-in-law had characterised it, Kaylee found nothing wrong. She felt free and even happy. She also decided to get rid of the space where she had overheard James and Daisy's conversation. Although the walls were not to blame for being silent witnesses to their treacherous plan, she did not want constant reminders of the negativity. She paid a small penalty to terminate the lease, but felt it was worth it. Kaylee decided not to rush into opening a third cafe, but to focus on her existing ones and take her time finding a new, more suitable location. A few months later, Robert called with a good offer, but when Kaylee heard the address, her hopes faded. "Thank you, Robert, but the rent in that area is too high for me." Robert insisted she call the owner. "I'll send you the owner's number. His name is William Martinez. Give him a call. Maybe you can negotiate a discount. It's worth a try. Asking doesn't cost anything." Kaylee thanked him and immediately made the call. Their business-like conversation meeting happened at one of Kaylee's cafes. "Mr. Martinez, I think you'll see that your space is perfect for my needs," she said. The man agreed, but after enjoying the treats, smiled and said, "Everything was delicious, Kaylee. You're clearly a pastry pro. However, you're quite naive when it comes to negotiating rent. Why show your interest so openly? It's only natural that the rent will go up. But don't worry, I won't take advantage of you." He offered her a significant discount and over time became a regular at the new cafe. Eventually, a romantic relationship blossomed between William and Kaylee. On the anniversary of the cafe's opening, it was closed for a private event, the wedding of the couple whose fates had intertwined in that very space. 10 years had passed. William and Kaylee now had a son and a daughter. Kaylee was happy and rarely thought about her failed first marriage until her shopping cart collided with another in the supermarket. She began to apologise but stopped when she saw Daisy standing before her. The former beauty had faded. Even her once vibrant blue eyes seemed dull. Clearly recognising Kaylee, Daisy deliberately bumped her cart again and walked away. James, once so fit, emerged from a nearby aisle stocked with beer and snacks. The sight of the dishevelled, overweight man, now firmly under Daisy's thumb, filled Kaylee with disbelief. Had this man's betrayal once caused her so much pain? She silently thanked fate for the heartache that had led her to true happiness. Now, her life was perfect. Dorothy stepped off the bus at her usual stop, familiar with every driver on this route. She loved this area, which felt like a rural village, despite being on the city's outskirts. The fields and meadows across the road, with a distant forest line, were especially beautiful in summer. The meadow bloomed with vibrant flowers, and the air was filled with the scent of sun-warmed grass under a clear blue sky. This landscape always lifted Dorothy's spirits. She turned and walked toward the old city cemetery, a place she visited weekly. Dorothy knew her way around here very well now. Initially, of course, she came here with her father. After all, when the tragedy happened, she was just a little girl, only 9 years old. Now Dorothy was 13, almost as tall as her father, one of the tallest in her class. Dorothy's mother had been hit by a drunk driver while crossing the street. Witnesses described the car speeding and the driver, unaware due to intoxication, not braking. Dorothy was supposed to be with her mother, but stayed home with a fever that day. Who knows what would have happened to Dorothy if she hadn't been ill? Witnesses called an ambulance and the police. The injured woman was taken to the intensive care unit. Dorothy's father was notified immediately. He had just arrived at the factory where he worked as an electrician and rushed to the hospital. Dorothy didn't know about the accident until evening when her father came home. Seeing her father's haggard face, Dorothy immediately knew something terrible had happened. She had never seen him like this before, pale and dishevelled, with dark circles under his eyes and a look of despair. Her father didn't ask if she had eaten dinner or about her homework. He didn't even ask how she was feeling. He just sat her down, placed his large, firm hand on her shoulder, and delivered the devastating news. Her mother had not survived. The doctors couldn't save her. The injuries were too severe. Of course, Dorothy cried, sobbing until she was utterly exhausted. Her father silently comforted her, stroking her back and head, whispering soothing words. He struggled to hold back his own tears, staying strong for his daughter. He told her that her mother was now in heaven, watching over them and still helping, even though she wasn't physically present. These words, spoken by her father in that difficult moment, deeply touched Dorothy's heart. She clung to them like a drowning person to a lifeline. It was probably the best thing her father could have done for her at that time. For a long time, Dorothy believed it was true. She often looked up at the clouds, feeling that her mother could see her better from there, and it brought comfort to the little girl. Now, as a teenager, Dorothy had almost lost her belief that her mother was watching over them, but the habit of gazing at the sky and clouds remained. Standing in the shade of the trees that grew in abundance on the cemetery grounds, Dorothy felt a familiar sense of calm. Sometimes Dorothy looked at other graves. This quiet cemetery had some old burial sites with people born in the century before last. She examined the old photographs and read the unusual names that were no longer common. This time, Dorothy immediately set to her familiar routine of wiping down the gravestone. In summer, it quickly became dusty and dull. Sometimes the local crows left their marks. Cleaning the memorial, removing dry leaves and litter that the wind often blew in, these tasks had become automatic for Dorothy. In winter there was less to do. She only needed to brush the snow off and occasionally pick up litter. Yet Dorothy visited her mother every Sunday, simply to spend time with her. She had grown accustomed to it. Her father, however, still struggled with these visits. Dorothy understood. The sight of the grave filled her father's eyes with such pain that it was unbearable to look at him. So she took it upon herself to visit and tend to her mother's grave. Unlike her father, it wasn't as difficult for her. Instead, she found a profound closeness to her mother here, and sometimes spoke to her in a soft voice. After the tragedy, Dorothy and her father were left alone in the world. They had no other relatives. Her father, Brian, had grown up in an orphanage, a fact Dorothy had known since she was young. He had no parents or family ties, though somewhere people who had given birth to him and left him as an infant might still live. Perhaps he even had siblings, nieces or nephews, but finding them now seemed impossible. Her father received an education at the orphanage, then graduated from construction school as a certified electrician. After leaving the orphanage, he served in the army, found a job, and began his adult life. It was challenging to adjust to independence, but the thoughtful young man managed. Then one day he met a girl. Looking into her eyes, he knew he was lost. He had never felt such emotions before. This girl was, of course, Dorothy's mother. Dorothy had heard the story of her parents meeting many times, often from her mother. It happened on a football field. Dorothy's father was an avid football player. After work he played with fellow enthusiasts of all ages. Their team included teenagers and older family men, all united by their love for the game. Though not professional, their matches were lively and emotional, drawing a crowd. Benches and mini stands around the field were always filled with spectators. Curious boys, girls admiring the young players, and others simply enjoying the game. One day, on one of those benches sat a young woman who caught the young orphan's eye from the start. Her eyes and soft, gentle smile captivated young Brian. He couldn't focus on the match that evening, his gaze constantly drawn to her. Sometimes their eyes met. After the match, he came up to her and struck up a conversation. Soon they started dating and eventually married. However, they had to move to another city due to some issues. Dorothy never knew the details, whether it was a problem with her father's job or something else. Her father was from an orphanage, but why didn't her mother keep in touch with her own family? She had parents, after all. Naturally, Dorothy asked her parents these questions. At a certain age, she noticed that her friends had grandparents who gave them gifts, cooked delicious pancakes, took them to the cinema and amusement parks, and simply loved and adored them. Dorothy wanted that too. Dorothy's parents didn't like discussing such topics, and even though she was just a child, she understood this. My parents, you see, we've become strangers to each other. It sometimes happens, her mother explained, somewhat confused. We don't talk anymore. They don't even know they have such a wonderful granddaughter. Maybe you should tell them. Perhaps you'll reconcile them, Dorothy suggested. No, sweetheart, her mother sadly shook her head. Sometimes situations can't be fixed or undone. Does that mean we could become strangers too? Dorothy asked, startled by her own conclusion. No, of course not, her mother smiled, hugging her tightly. We are the closest people in the world, but in my family, even in childhood, I felt like an outsider. There was never any warmth or acceptance between us. But you, me and Dad are the closest and dearest to each other. We will always be together. Dorothy tried not to pester her mother with questions because she saw that it was painful for her to remember her relatives. And she was content that, in their small family, everyone loved and supported each other. Her father was cheerful and strong, always coming up with interesting ideas to surprise and delight his daughter and wife. Her mother was understanding and caring. What more could she ask for? Dorothy knew the answer. She dreamed of having a little brother or sister, but her parents explained that they needed to get on their feet and become more independent before thinking about a second child. Dorothy desperately wanted that moment to come soon, but a drunk driver shattered all the plans and hopes of their happy little family. He was quickly found and brought to trial. The culprit turned out to be a young man, the son of a local official. He wasn't even sentenced to jail. Miraculously, it was determined that the brakes of his fancy new car had failed, making the accident seem like an unavoidable event. Witnesses testified that the young man could barely speak when he was apprehended. He was so intoxicated. But these testimonies somehow disappeared. The examination miraculously showed no alcohol in the driver's blood. Unsurprising, given his father's influence and connections. The parents of the culprit paid a small fine and the case was closed. Dorothy's father tried to seek justice, appealing to courts and the prosecutor's office, demanding a more thorough investigation. It was important to him that the culprit faced some punishment. But he encountered obstacles everywhere. Dorothy didn't care if the driver was punished or not. She just wanted the father to be by her side more often during that difficult time, to hug her, tell her how her mother was watching over them from heaven, and stroke her hair. But often she was left alone while her father rushed between institutions, hoping to achieve justice. Later, Dorothy realized that, perhaps by taking on so many tasks, he was trying to distract himself from the unbearable pain. Her father seemed like a different person after the tragedy. He rarely smiled or joked anymore, and no longer initiated loud, cheerful games with his daughter, as he used to. Instead, he started cooking and learned to braid Dorothy's hair before school. Time passed. The household routine between father and daughter fell into place quickly. Their home was always clean and filled with the aroma of delicious food. Together they made a good team. A couple of times Dorothy tried to ask her father about her mother's parents. She knew they existed, but her father was reluctant to talk about them.
"They treated your mother poorly. Maybe not out of malice, I don't know. But she didn't want to communicate with them, and neither did they. When the tragedy happened, I tried to contact them. I called her mother several times. As soon as she heard my voice, she hung up. They don't even know what happened to their daughter."
"That's strange. Aren't they curious about where she is or what happened to her?" Dorothy asked.
"Indeed it is strange," Brian agreed. "Once, these people simply cut their daughter out of their lives for not being convenient enough for them."
Every time Brian talked about Dorothy's mother's relatives, he would sink into dark memories. A shadow would cross his face, and his eyes would fill with sadness and grief. Dorothy didn't like seeing her father like this, so she tried not to press him with questions. There was some secret in their family. Dorothy understood this. But if it was too painful for her father to remember, she wouldn't insist. Perhaps when she was a little older, he would tell her everything openly. For now, it seemed he was protecting her from something. Dorothy vigorously wiped the gravestone, alone in the cemetery grounds, as she often was. Sometimes she would encounter other visitors, and during religious holidays the place would be crowded. The first time she came here alone were a couple of years ago. Before that, her father would take her to the cemetery, but it was rare. So one day, Dorothy took the number 6 bus by herself and arrived at the familiar stop. She wasn't afraid of getting lost. She knew the way very well. Initially, the girl felt uneasy. Alone in the cemetery, not a soul around. But then she felt a sense of calm and tranquility. From that day forward, Dorothy began visiting the cemetery every Sunday. Her father, upon learning of her trips, was surprised, but not angry.
"Aren't you afraid to go there alone?"
he asked. "No," Dorothy honestly replied.
"At least, please let me know when you're going there. I need to know where my child is," he said.
Since then, Dorothy always informed her father before heading to the cemetery. Sometimes he would accompany her, and other times he would send a bouquet of flowers with her to place to the grave. After finishing her cleaning, the girl started to weed the flowers. She had successfully grown bright peonies near the grave, but weeds appeared at an astonishing rate, keeping her busy. Suddenly, Dorothy felt someone watching her. She turned around abruptly. People in the cemetery were a common sight, as many came to visit their relatives, but someone was staring intently at Dorothy, which was unusual. The girl met the gaze of sad grey eyes. A woman was looking directly at her. Her face seemed vaguely familiar. Dorothy was sure she had seen her somewhere before. The woman looked at the girl with an expression of longing. Tears streamed down her cheeks, unnoticed by the stranger. Dorothy often saw such looks. Many people looked at her with pity, especially here at the cemetery. But she had never seen such tears and pain, according to a passer-by. Dorothy instinctively stepped back, away from the strange woman. Perhaps the visitor was deeply grieving her own loss. After all, she had come to the cemetery. She held a bouquet of daisies in her hands. Dorothy's mother had also loved daisies, so her father always tried to bring them here. "Hello," Dorothy stammered. Usually she didn't speak to other visitors, and they didn't speak to her either. It wasn't customary, but this situation was strange. "Hello," the woman replied with a smile. "Do we know each other?" the girl asked. The situation was becoming increasingly strange and confusing. The woman clearly had no intention of moving on. She looked at Dorothy, at the photograph of her mother on the gravestone, and couldn't hold back her tears. At least she didn't approach, because Dorothy was starting to feel anxious. No, we don't know each other, but I knew your mother very well,"
the woman finally said, noticing her own tears and hastily wiping them away with her sleeve. She was clearly trying to compose herself. So, the strange woman knew her mother. That's why she brought daisies. They must have been close at some point. This was interesting. Perhaps the visitor could tell Dorothy something new about her mother. The girl was always curious to learn more, as she was very young when everything happened. Dorothy stepped aside, letting the woman approach the grave. "Cora," the woman said with a smile through her tears. She came closer and placed the flowers by the gravestone. "I finally found you, though I didn't expect to see this. I thought we would talk. I have so much to tell you." Dorothy decided to leave the woman alone with her grief. It seemed she had recently learned of her friend's passing. Let her cry in peace. Dorothy would take the bag of dry leaves to the trash pile. She wouldn't disturb this woman. Let her express her feelings. Later they would talk. Dorothy wondered who she was, and why she didn't know about her friend's fate. Did she know anything about her mother's parents? Questions swirled in Dorothy's mind. When she returned, the woman looked almost calm. She smiled at the girl again. "You've grown up so much," the stranger said. "How old are you?" 13, Dorothy replied. "What a wonderful age. Time flies so quickly. It seems like just yesterday your mother and I were the same age, and now—" "Let me introduce myself. My name is Eva. And yes, I've known your mother since she was a little girl." "And I'm Dorothy," the girl introduced herself, remembering her manners. The woman's face lit up with a warm, genuine smile. "Of course, Dorothy. Do you know why your mother liked that name so much?" The girl smiled and nodded. It was her mother's favourite childhood book, The Wizard of Oz. "Your mum had read it countless times, watched the animated film, named all her dolls Dorothy, and even playfully chided her parents for not naming her Dorothy." Dorothy was taken aback. Eva clearly knew her mum's family very well. If she was a friend, she must have been a very close one. But why had Dorothy's mother never mentioned her? Dorothy knew Megan and Sasha, her mother's friends and colleagues, who often visited their home. Dorothy was friends with their children, but her mother had never spoken about this Eva. "How do you know my mother?" Dorothy asked. "Oh dear, we need to talk. A serious and thorough conversation," Eva replied. "Maybe we should go somewhere else. This will be a long and difficult discussion, and we need a quiet place." Dorothy nodded in agreement. She was completely on board with this woman's suggestion. "My car is parked nearby," Eva offered. "We could drive to a cafe and talk there. Afterward, I can take you home." Dorothy shook her head. "No, I definitely won't get into a car with a stranger." Eva quickly corrected herself. "Oh, sorry, I understand. You're right not to trust a stranger. That was thoughtless of me. I wasn't prepared to see you here. It caught me off guard. I wasn't ready." Dorothy smiled, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. She had feared that Eva might be offended by her caution, but instead she praised her for being vigilant. "There's a roadside cafe nearby," Dorothy suggested. "We just need to walk about 200 metres along the roadside." "I saw it," Eva nodded. "Let's take a walk. I actually enjoy walking." "Me too," Dorothy confessed. Surprisingly, Dorothy found it easy and pleasant to talk to this stranger. There was something familiar about Eva's face, but Dorothy couldn't quite place where or when she had seen her before. As they walked, they chatted about Dorothy's life. Eva asked ordinary questions: what grade she was in, how many friends she had, and what subjects she enjoyed. Dorothy could tell that Eva was genuinely interested in her life. This wasn't just small talk. Eva truly cared.
Dorothy enjoyed sharing her experiences and achievements. When Eva learned that Dorothy had won a city-wide literature competition, she was thrilled. "Well, isn't that something? The power of genes," Eva exclaimed, though the phrase was lost on Dorothy. This woman sparked many questions in the girl's mind, and she hoped to find answers soon. Finally, they reached the cafe. "Quite cosy," Eva remarked. Dorothy nodded, though she had never been inside before. She had often seen the cafe from the bus on her way to the cemetery, but never imagined she would one day be a customer. Eva chose a table by the window, and they settled into comfortable chairs across from each other. She seemed nervous, unsure of where to begin. Dorothy waited patiently, her heart racing with anticipation. "How are things with your father?" Eva asked suddenly. "Good," Dorothy replied honestly. "He's my only family now. He works a lot and is still grieving, but he tries so hard to make my life happy. I just wish he would joke and smile again like he used to. I hope the old him will return someday. He just needs more time." Eva smiled. "I never doubted it. Brian has always been wonderful. It's a shame not everyone in our family saw that." Dorothy nodded, waiting for the promised truth. "Did your father tell you anything about your mother's family?" Eva asked. "Very little," Dorothy replied. "I understand there was some big argument, but I don't know the details. When I was younger, it didn't matter to me. Now, after what happened to Mum, it's too painful for him to talk about, so I don't press him with questions." "You're a wise and sensitive girl," Eva said with a sad sigh. "Poor Brian. He loved Cora so much. More than himself, more than life. How is he coping?" "He's trying his best," Dorothy said. "I think it's because of you," Eva smiled. Then she began her long-awaited story. Dorothy listened intently, sometimes forgetting to breathe, captivated by the story. Once upon a time, in a small, wonderful town, lived two sisters. They were born into a wealthy family. Their father was a successful and well-known businessman, almost a monopolist in the town. Their mother worked as the chief accountant at a large factory, but left her position after giving birth to her daughters. It was a mutual decision by the couple. Someone had to take care of the children. The sisters wanted for nothing in their childhood. They lived with their parents in a beautiful country house. A large garden, their own playground with swings and a carousel, a swimming pool, even a small tree house. The girls' wishes were fulfilled almost instantly. An expensive toy from the toy store, a dress for the school play from a branded boutique, worth an average salary by the standards of their hometown. The girls were taken to resorts. They travelled extensively with their parents across the country and the world. They had birthday parties that resembled fairy tale balls. Both lived in an atmosphere of universal love and acceptance, like two little princesses. The elder sister was named Eva, the younger, Cora. The age difference between the girls was only 1 year. It was no surprise that they found each other so interesting. They were best friends. Their parents dreamed of having a son, but the closely spaced births had adversely affected the mother's health. She could no longer have children, despite being treated by the best doctors in the country. Eva and Cora knew about this problem because their father often blamed their mother for not being able to give him an heir. Later, Eva learned that when Cora was born instead of a son, he blamed their mother. He shouted at her right on the day of the birth. Their mother was the closest person to Eva and Cora, soft, loving, silent, ready to fulfill all the whims and desires of her little girls. She could be told anything. She never argued about anything. Their nanny maintained order and discipline, and many tricks didn't work with her.
They couldn't eat a pastry before soup or go to bed late at night, but their mother allowed the girls everything. "How can I refuse you?" she would smile in response to any request from her daughters. Years later, the woman confessed that she just wanted to prolong the happy period of her little ones' lives. She knew that when her daughters grew up, they would have to face their father's despotism. He would command his daughters just as he did his wife, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Who was their father to the little girls in their early childhood? Someone distant, but loving and omnipotent. The girls knew that everything, absolutely everything, was within his power. It was he who created the world for his family with his own hands. The girls both feared and loved him. Their father was kind to his little daughters, but they always felt his cruelty and strength, so they tried to please him, to make him smile, to make his eyes light up with happiness. With their mother, the girls could be themselves, but their father's favour had to be earned. Time passed, the girls grew up, and soon it was time to go to school. The age difference allowed the sisters to be placed in the same class. Their father thought it was a great idea to put his daughters in the same class. Their mother tried to object. This was one of those rare times when she did not unquestioningly agree with her husband's opinion. Cora was still a child. How could she study? She should be dancing, drawing and playing with dolls all day. But as always, the objections were not accepted. "No need to waste another year on nonsense," their father confidently replied. "Let her start learning too. Eva will be there. She can help if needed." The start of school coincided with the end of the sisters' happy childhood. Not that the girls disliked studying. They were enrolled in a prestigious school with attentive, caring teachers and beautiful, well-equipped classrooms. Being in this institution was interesting and engaging, but now their father had serious expectations for his daughters. The little ones had to go out of their way to meet the ideals of their strict father. Unconditional love was no longer an option. Eva and Cora had to get straight A's. Even a B was considered a failure. In addition to this, the sisters had many other responsibilities. They had to engage in scientific projects and be the best students in the class. They also had to excel in sports. Their father dreamed of perfect children. He did a lot to achieve his goal. From the very first grade, the girls were tutored in reading and mathematics. They also attended numerous extracurricular activities, such as swimming, choreography, and language centres. And of course, they still had to excel in school with their lessons and projects. The girls had to be the best here too. Their mother and nanny drove Eva and Cora to these additional activities. Their father inquired about the results and only occasionally attended competitions. Eva still remembered how she cried at her first swimming tournament. She and Cora had finished in the top 5, but did not win any prizes. The girls were happy and proud of themselves. During training, they showed much worse results, but at the competition they gave it their all. But their father, who had come to the tournament, looked disappointed. He wanted medals. He looked at his little daughters with reproach. "Couldn't you have tried harder?" the man sneered. "Both of you take after your mother, it seems. If you had a brother, he would have shown you the success." Their mother, sitting nearby, said nothing as usual. She didn't think to stand up for her daughters. Only when she grew older did Eva understand that her mother didn't intervene so as not to anger her husband further. If she had said a word, he would have said even more hurtful things to his wife and already upset daughters. Eva cried from the hurt, not in front of her parents, though. Their father did not tolerate any signs of weakness. The girl sobbed in her room. Cora sat next to her and stroked her older sister's back.
She had always been stronger and more internally free. From an early age, the younger sister's character was evident. It was difficult to upset her or provoke her. Such was her indomitable spirit. The girls found it challenging to meet their father's high expectations. Over time, they learned, like their mother, to present the truth in a way that satisfied him. They had to be cunning and deceptive, but what did it matter? The important thing was that their father was pleased. This way, everyone was at peace. The father became increasingly stern and demanding. It was important to him that his children surpassed the children of his friends and partners in everything.
"Even though I don't have a son, my daughters will outshine everyone,"
the man would proudly declare when Eva or Cora reported their latest victory. It was an endless race. "It's good that we don't have a brother," Cora often said. "He would have had it tough." Eva would nod in agreement. Their father had so many plans and hopes for the son who never came that it would have been impossible for anyone to carry such a burden. The girls still had everything they wanted: beautiful clothes, travels, pocket money. The only thing they lacked was freedom. Their father controlled every aspect of their lives: school, extracurricular activities, leisure time. Though he spent much time at work, he still managed to restrict his daughter's freedom. He had many ways to do this: nannies, tutors, and his wife. The father decided what his daughters would do. For a long time, he tried to turn Eva and Cora into skilled programmers. Renowned teachers were hired, and the girls attended countless courses, but they never grasped the subject. They spent so much time trying to understand this elusive science, but it remained incomprehensible. Despite their enormous efforts, it was all for naught. Their father was furious, calling his daughters stupid and lazy. He demanded results and paid no heed to their pleas that they were trying their best but failing. Even the opinions of the programming teachers held no sway with him. He believed they were only after more money, claiming the girls were hopeless. For 2 years, Cora and Eva had to engage daily in a heated and utterly confusing pursuit. It was hard and frustrating. Cora dreamed of attending dance classes instead. She was graceful and light on her feet, admired by all who saw her perform. The choreographer said she had a bright future. But their father dismissed dance as frivolous. He didn't care that his daughter dreamed of the stage. "Dance is fine for general development," he would say, "but it's not something to take seriously. You need a serious profession that will make you wealthy. These dances are nonsense." He felt the same way about Eva's passion for drawing. From a young age, she showed remarkable talent, but there was no time for art school. She had to teach herself using online courses and tutorials. Her drawings gained admiration, and she joined art communities where she received praise and compliments. Their mother quietly admired Eva's work, knowing her husband's disapproval. "Any fool can draw pictures," their father would say. "It doesn't take much intelligence, and it won't feed anyone. If something happens to me or I lose my business, a poor artist will starve. Better to become a programmer and have a stable career. Or maybe lawyer." In the end, the girls didn't become programmers. Their father had to admit that the time and money were wasted. The day that they were told they no longer had to study programming, the sisters felt an indescribable relief. But their father had a new challenge in store for them. Now, both girls were to become successful lawyers. New activities began. Well, it wasn't that Eva and Cora had dreamed of, but it was much simpler and clearer. Their father was indeed always fearful. He feared losing his business, his large home, and his social standing. He understood that such a fate could befall him at any moment.
He had seen it happen to acquaintances. He did not want to return to poverty, to life as he had in his youth. Perhaps in his struggle for financial security, he had to become hardened, unyielding and categorical. Disagreements, discontent and differing opinions were seen as betrayal, a threat to the family's security, and were harshly suppressed. Eva was like her mother. She also considered her father almost a deity, upon whom their family's life depended. Who were they compared to this outstanding man? They had to obey him, and his orders had to be followed unquestionably. But Cora, she was always different. She was not satisfied with such a life. From a young age, Cora was the only one in the family who dared to defy her father openly. She tried to express her opinions, presented reasonable arguments, and argued with him, sometimes pushing him to the brink. He would get angry, lose his temper, and resort to punishments. These punishments mainly involved restrictions. For example, Cora would be forbidden to watch TV, attend her beloved dance classes, or eat sweets for a certain period. Of course, there was no question of meeting friends. The girls rarely socialised with their peers. There simply wasn't time. But occasionally they would go to the movies or walk in the park with classmates. Both sisters cherished these outings, but their father could easily deprive disobedient Cora of such pleasures. This was particularly hard for her to bear. Sometimes it was worse. If their father was furious, he would forbid Cora from leaving her room. Consequently, Eva was not allowed to visit her sister, to talk or comfort her. Their mother was also forbidden from doing so. Sometimes Cora would spend 2 or 3 days in such confinement, with meals brought to her room. Her father was frightened by Cora's independence and defiance. He often said that these traits would cause serious problems for Cora and the entire family. "Your stubborn, foolish character will be your downfall," he would often exclaim while arguing with his rebellious daughter, and Eva was afraid. She feared for her sister and her future. She felt sorry for Cora, who was so often a prisoner in her own home. "I'm a prisoner?" Cora would ask in response to her older sister's words. "Yes, he makes me stay in this room, but at least sometimes I say what I think and I do what I want. You and Mum are the real prisoners of this house and father." At first, Eva did not understand what her sister meant. How was she a prisoner? Cora was the one he did not allow leaving her room, while Eva could go out any time she wanted, even to the store. But only quickly, because she had classes at the law school in an hour. The driver would pick her up soon. Only later did Eva realise that her sister was right. And indeed, Cora did eventually free herself, though at what cost? But for her, freedom was more precious than comfort, good relations with her parents, and even communication with her older sister, which was the most painful loss. Cora allowed herself many liberties. She could easily skip additional classes to go to the movies with friends from school. Yes, her father might find out and punish her, but that would be later. For Cora, immediate freedom was more important. "Was it worth it to be locked up for 2 days?" Eva would ask her sister, standing outside Cora's door. "It was worth it," Cora would confidently reply. "We walked around the city, then watched a movie together, and laughed so hard that the walls of the cinema shook. And then we strolled through the park, talking about everything. I had so much fun. It was definitely worth it. Come with us next time." But Eva never broke her father's rules as a child. She was obedient and very convenient. It was important to her that her father considered her good, that he loved and respected her. And indeed, her father often held Eva up as an example to her younger sister. But Eva always knew that no matter how Cora behaved, their father favoured her. Because the younger daughter was as strong and energetic as their father had once been.
Their characters were similar in many ways, except Cora never tried to suppress anyone.
Cora will achieve great things.
Their father often shared this opinion with his wife.
She knows what she wants and always stubbornly pursues her goals. With such a character, she can either reach unprecedented heights or get into serious trouble. She needs to be watched until she matures. And then she will pleasantly surprise us all.
Eva found these words hurtful. It seemed that their father had high hopes for Cora, despite her rebellious behaviour. He valued and respected her more. And Eva, who always tried to obey her parents and not upset them, felt overshadowed by her free-spirited younger sister. Nothing extraordinary was expected of her. In their early childhood, Eva and Cora were best friends, but as they grew older, their interests and behaviours changed, and the sisters drifted apart. This saddened Eva greatly. She adored Cora and wanted to be like her in many ways, though she knew it was impossible. Cora also loved her sister, but she found it more interesting to socialise with her many friends. Eva, on the other hand, never formed such a social circle. She always obeyed her father, who disapproved of idle pastimes. So Eva spent hours studying law instead of sneaking out with friends like Cora. Her sister's life seemed attractive but dangerous. Eva feared many things: her parents' disapproval, harsh teenage jokes, and the potential dangers that could befall children on the streets. Cora, however, feared nothing. She eagerly awaited her adulthood to finally live life on her own terms. She dreamed of dropping out of law lessons and getting a job. "Father will ruin you," Eva warned. "I'll officially be an adult," Cora grinned. "What can he do to me?" When the girls finished school, their father enrolled them in a prestigious economics university, as planned. Eva enjoyed her studies. With time at university, Eva became the top student in her class, earning her father's approval. Cora, however, barely passed her courses. She didn't bother much with her studies. Free from her strict father's control, she enjoyed student life and seemed happy and content. Surprisingly, her mediocre grades didn't bother her. Cora was mistaken in thinking that adulthood would free her from her father's control. He had no intention of letting her go until she completed her education. Eva suspected that he would continue to control their lives even afterward. Their father had a clear plan for his daughters. They would graduate, work for him, become co-owners of his company, and marry men he approved of, likely the sons of his business partners, as he had dreamed of strengthening his empire. Eva had no objections to this plan. Cora, wiser with experience, knew not to openly defy her father. She once dreamed of leaving her studies, but tried and failed. Her father's fury was so intense that the windows shook. Eva locked herself in her room, covering her ears, but she could still hear every word. Their father threatened to commit Cora to a specialised hospital if she continued to defy him, and he had the power to do so. Cora understood that he could follow through on his threat. He cared little for his adult daughter's wishes and plans. As the head of the family, he believed he knew best what would make his family happy.
"I'll have you declared incompetent," he threatened, "and you'll spend years locked away until you learn how to behave."
Cora abandoned her plans, not wanting to end up in an institution. Their father, with his connections and money, could make good on his threat if he ran out of other ways to control her. Cora often told her sister that their father was crazy and that normal people didn't behave like that, but she knew better than to provoke him further. Thus, the girl began to play the role of an obedient daughter, but at night she often snuck out of the house to go to a club with friends and let loose. She couldn't fully submit to her strict father. Eva tried to reason with her younger sister.
If their father found out about her deception, he would indeed send her to a clinic. "I already live like I'm in a prison," Cora would say with a melancholic smile. "If I don't have these rare moments of freedom, I don't know what will happen to me. I can't live like this." Eva understood that a real catastrophe was inevitable. The despotic father and the freedom-loving daughter were both strong-willed. A storm was brewing, and so it happened, eventually. But that came later, after Cora met Brian. The father became concerned about his daughter's future while they were still in school. Almost from her teenage years, Eva knew whom she would marry when the time came. Matthew, the son of her father's business partner, was slightly older than her. Tall, slim, with a charming smile and intelligent, thoughtful eyes. Eva had no objections to this match. At first, it was just jokes among adults at the table, hinting at a future union. But the father gradually prepared his eldest daughter for a life with Matthew. It was a strategic move. Children from wealthy families would gain worthy partners, and their families would combine their assets. Naturally, Eva felt a bit awkward around Matthew, but he seemed uncomfortable too. But overall, the pair got along easily and naturally. Matthew took the first step, as a gentleman should, inviting Eva to the cinema. She gladly accepted. Finally, she would go out with a friend on her own terms, not just sneaking around like Cora. Unlike her sister, Eva had her father's official permission for this outing, which was significant. She didn't have to sneak out and return home secretly. The relationship developed textbook perfectly. Flowers, dates, compliments, kisses. A mutual affection blossomed between them, leading to the expected proposal. Eva was both excited and nervous. What would it be like to live away from her parents, to be her own person? She was used to relying on her father's opinion and authority, but now he wouldn't be there. Could Matthew be the strong, reliable support she needed? He didn't seem very influential or strong, but perhaps his best days were ahead. On the eve of the wedding, Cora genuinely rejoiced for her sister. "I see you're truly in love with this Matthew of yours," she smiled. "You're right," Eva admitted. "And it's wonderful. I want to experience something like that someday too." "What about those friends you go to clubs and movies with?" Eva asked, genuinely surprised. Cora had had several casual flings, which her older sister was aware of. "Oh, those are just friends, just for fun. I dream of a real deep feeling, something that sweeps me off my feet." Eva married and moved with her husband into a spacious apartment in the city centre, a gift from their parents. Her life took an entirely new turn. Living under her father's wing, Eva had missed out on a lot. Her father had sheltered his daughters from so much that, by her early 20s, she had no idea how fun and exciting life could be. Matthew introduced his young wife to a new world. They went to clubs, strolled the city streets until dawn, and hosted parties at home. It was fun and exhilarating. Eva began to understand her younger sister's attraction to this lifestyle. Meanwhile, Cora, like her older sister, worked as a lawyer in one of their father's companies. She was good at it, but often told Eva it wasn't her true calling. "I am eager to work with people," she would say, "maybe even with children, but here it's all numbers, papers, reports. It feels like I'm doing pointless work." "Why pointless?" Eva would argue. "We're helping Father run his business." She enjoyed her work, delving into reports, unravelling complex schemes. It was calm yet engaging. Working with people, on the other hand, seemed too unpredictable and stressful. Then something in Cora subtly changed. Eva, who knew her better than anyone, immediately noticed that her sister had a secret. Her dreamy, thoughtful eyes and the smile that frequently lit up her face hinted at something new. One day, when Cora visited her older sister, Eva asked what had been on her mind. "What's going on with you? I can see something's happened. Come on, tell me." Cora looked at her sister and couldn't help but smile.
It lit up her beautiful face with an inner glow, making her already striking features even more attractive. "You're right, little sister," Cora said, almost singing the words. "Yes, I have news. I met someone, and I've finally fallen in love, just as I always dreamed. The dizziness, the butterflies in my stomach, all that romantic nonsense." "Wow," exclaimed Eva. She didn't know whether to be happy for her sister or worried. It was unlikely that Cora's chosen one was the portly and boring Peter, the son of their father's business partner. Both old friends had long seen him as a potential match for Cora, though the bride-to-be never took these talks seriously. She thought they were just jokes and teasing. But Eva knew better. She understood. Their father wasn't joking. He would eventually force Cora to marry Peter. It was difficult to imagine a more mismatched couple. "I still can't believe we met." Cora shared her joy. "It was such a chance encounter. It could have easily never happened, but we did meet, and now I'm happy." Eva smiled, but her heart was troubled. Meanwhile, Cora talked about her new acquaintance. As she listened to Cora describe her chosen one, Eva grew more anxious. Their father would never approve of this choice. A charming and charismatic orphan recently graduated from college and completed his military service. He rented a tiny apartment in the most remote and unfavourable part of the city and worked at a local factory, earning very little. No property, no family, and no prospects. It was the worst possible match. Their father couldn't have imagined a more unsuitable son-in-law, even in his worst nightmares. At first, Eva worried that Brian was just a gold digger. Their father had warned them that, as children of wealthy parents, they might encounter such people.
"They're cunning and resourceful,"
their father would say.
"They need to survive, so they know how to adapt. They're professionals at sweet-talking. Many fall for it, even experienced women."
But when Eva met Brian, she realised her fears were unfounded. The young man was genuinely in love with her sister. It was evident in his eyes and every gesture. The tenderness with which he held Cora's hand or put his arm around her shoulder couldn't be faked. He seemed to be trying to hide his feelings from others, revealing a modest and simple nature, honest and straightforward, willing to do anything for his beloved. Brian made a good impression on Eva. Yes, with a man like him, her sister would truly be happy. But this union could never be. They might date for a while, but once their father found out, he would quickly put an end to it. He had entirely different plans for his younger daughter's future, and he was becoming more vocal about them.
"I'll marry you off to Peter and finally have some peace,"
their father would joke, glancing at Cora.
"And then let him deal with you."
It didn't sound grave, but he genuinely intended to marry his daughter to his partner's son. Everyone knew it, including Cora. "Never," Cora would respond in the same playful tone. "Anyone but Peter. I'd rather stay single forever than marry such a boring oaf." Their father immediately began extolling the virtues of his future son-in-law and the marriage in general.
"Peter is ambitious, strong and promising," he admired. "He has already achieved so much in business, and many more victories lie ahead. What a character! So young, yet already so firm. He'll go far. So don't turn up your nose, especially since he clearly has feelings for you. Don't scare him away."
In this, their father was not mistaken. Peter was indeed ambitious and strong. Life with him would be much like living with her father. Cora would have to become a silent, submissive woman, anticipating her husband's every desire and fearing his displeasure. But Cora was not like that. She would not live that way, especially not now that she had Brian. They were so happy together. The young couple truly complemented each other, like two halves of a whole. Eva worried about the situation. Their father spoke of the upcoming wedding as if it were a done deal. Cora argued with him, trying to explain that this was not the Middle Ages, when parents did not seek their children's consent for marriage. Their father grew heated, trying to convince his young daughter that he knew best how to act in such situations.
I have experience, connections, thousands of examples before my eyes. Eva married the man I chose for her, and she is happy. The same will happen to you."
"No," Cora shouted at him. "I'm tired of my opinion not being considered, even in such matters. I am an adult, an independent person."
"You are nothing without me," their father retorted. "Everything you have, your education, your job, your home, your trinkets, is thanks to me. Where would you be without your rich daddy? Mopping floors, shuffling papers in a third-rate office for pennies, living paycheck to paycheck? Everything you have is my doing."
Such arguments became more frequent in the house. Cora hoped to make her father see reason, to understand her perspective, but her father decided to hasten the wedding and even began preparations.
"They'll grow to love each other,"
he assured his wife and elder daughter when they expressed doubts. "Maybe we should wait a bit," Eva suggested. "Let Cora cool down, calm herself. She will understand that you are right, but for now, it's best not to pressure her."
"That's precisely why I think it's time for her to get married. Peter will handle her. He knows he's getting a rebellious one and is ready for the challenges. A real man."
And then Cora herself revealed her relationship with Brian to her father in the heat of another argument. "You've never considered anyone's opinion," Cora accused. "You never cared about the feelings of other family members. Not Mum, not Eva, not me. We have no right to say or do what we truly want."
"That's because I am responsible for you," their father countered with the same arguments. "Do you think it's easy? Especially with a daughter as stubborn and disobedient as you."
"You're just used to everyone obeying you," Cora continued to argue.
"I don't want to hear that nonsense anymore. The wedding is in exactly 1 month,"
their father finally declared in a tone that left no room for doubt.
"You clearly need a firm hand. Peter is the man who can handle you. I am sure of it."
"I won't go near that man."
"You have no choice."
"Then I'll run away. I have someone I love and he loves me. We will be together, whether you like it or not." Cora caught herself, realizing she had said too much. It was too early to tell the family about Brian, far too early, but their father had heard all he needed, and a flicker of concern crossed his eyes.
"And who is he?"
he asked, now more calmly. "You will never know." Cora shook her head. "I just said it in the heat of the moment. He's just a friend, it doesn't matter." Cora desperately tried to fix the situation, but it was difficult to hide the truth from her father. He was good at reading people, and now he noticed that his younger daughter was indeed seeing someone, and the relationship was grave. Of course, the father found out about Brian. He must have had someone follow Cora, perhaps even hired a detective. In any case, he soon had comprehensive information about Brian. Naturally, the father was furious. He concluded that Cora was deliberately trying to spite him by choosing the most unsuitable person imaginable.
"You might as well have dated a homeless man," he sneered after a family dinner one evening.
"Who would have doubted that you'd stick your nose into my life again?" Cora sighed. "Well, now that you know everything, I guess I can leave. I've wanted to for a long time, but—"
"Go ahead," the father agreed unexpectedly calmly. "Leave right now. In the clothes you're wearing. You won't take any of your belongings. No expensive jewellery. No designer clothes. No phone that's worth more than your pauper's apartment. Because I bought all of that for you, and you don't respect or appreciate me. So go live on your own."
"Of course," Cora nodded, rising from the table.
"And naturally you won't be working at my company starting tomorrow," the father continued. "Figure it out yourself, since you're so grown up and smart."
Cora nodded silently again. She went upstairs to her room, quickly gathered her documents, and came back down. "Thanks for finally understanding me," she smiled at her father. "Maybe one day you'll come around and we can talk like father and daughter again." Cora left. She went to Brian, and they began their life together. She found a job as a teacher in an elementary school. She had to take special training courses, but she enjoyed learning, and she loved her work. "I'm so happy," Cora shared with her sister. "Brian and I support each other in everything. He's so caring and attentive. He works hard for me. It's so sweet. He worries that I had a better life with father. He doesn't understand anything yet. I'm truly happy now. Happy, and with the man I love, and finally free." Cora also loved her new job. She had always wanted to work with people, especially children. She enjoyed seeing the results of her efforts and making others happy. Now she finally felt she was in the right place. But Eva knew their father wouldn't leave Cora alone. She often saw him in a gloomy mood and understood who was causing his distress. He still hoped she would come crawling back, unable to endure the hardships of poverty, but that didn't happen, and he grew angry. One day, Eva overheard a conversation between her father and an old friend who confirmed her suspicions. Noah Anderson, the local police chief, dropped by for a cup of coffee. It was nothing unusual. Old friends often visited. Their mother, as always, set a lovely table, and the men chatted for a while before retreating to the father's study. Eva was staying with her parents at that time because Matthew had left for his business trip. She watched TV in the living room for a bit before heading to her room. Her path took her past her father's study, and when she heard her sister's name, she stopped to listen.
"I thought she'd come crawling back within a week, maybe a month," the father confided in his friend. "But she's living like she's perfectly content, impoverished with some penniless, low-born man. Love makes even a shack a paradise," Noah remarked profoundly. "She's just foolish and young, doesn't understand she's ruining her own life," the father replied. "That's true," Noah agreed. "I need your help. We need to put Cora's boyfriend behind bars for a good long while. Out of sight, out of mind. Send him off to a far-off colony. Cora will panic, suffer a bit, and then calm down. She'll realise her father was right. Her boyfriend will turn out to be not just a pauper, but a criminal. I've always told her that poverty breeds vice. Let her see it for herself."
Eva went cold. She knew her father always got his way, but at what cost? Was he eager to frame an innocent man, just to have his way? Eva suddenly felt immense pity for Brian. He does not deserve this. This sincere and kind young man should not end up in prison.
"It can be done," Noah replied. "There are foolproof schemes. Your almost son-in-law will go away for a long time." "Well, thank you, friend. I won't forget this."
Returning to her room, Eva immediately dialed her sister's number and told her everything. "Thank you so much for the warning," Cora said after listening to Eva. "If Brian had been imprisoned, I would have followed him. We both would have been miserable. But now we must flee the city, and urgently. We probably won't see each other for a long time." "Where will you go?" Eva asked, frightened. Only now did she realise that she and her sister were parting for many years. "I don't know yet," Cora replied. "Brian and I still need to decide, but we can't stay here. Only parting with you is hard." That was the last conversation between the sisters. Though Eva didn't know it then, she thought such a thing was impossible. Sooner or later she and Cora would meet again, and everything would be fine. But it was not meant to be. Their father was furious when he found out they had disappeared. He hired detectives, reported to the police, and turned the city upside down. But Cora and Brian had vanished without a trace. Finding this couple in our vast country was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The father had to accept it. He tried to find Cora for many years, but she and Brian hid well. Dorothy blinked, confused. What she heard refused to sink in. "Only now our father has changed," continued Eva. He was diagnosed with an illness. He has little time left. No connections or money can help in such situations. He has reevaluated much on the brink of eternity, and he realised how wrong he was. The story with Cora haunts him. He wants to ask her forgiveness before it's too late, and he plans to apologise to Brian as well. Now, he is just a sick old man who wants to see his daughter before he dies and admit his mistakes. And he asked me to find my sister. I couldn't refuse him this request. How did you manage it? Asked Dorothy. You said even detectives couldn't find them, but you did? I hired new detectives who also failed. Then chance played its role again. I stumbled upon a photo online. It showed a teacher with her class posing against some hills. That's probably Mum with the 4th grade in front of the mine, Dorothy smiled. They often went hiking there and sometimes took me along. Yes, that was your Mum. She had changed over the years, but I recognised her. One of the kids must have posted the photo on social media. I followed the link and found out the city and Cora's new workplace. It's his fault. He's to blame for what happened to Mum. Dorothy clenched her fists under the table. Eva sighed, but didn't argue. Everyone makes mistakes, she said, shaking her head. But as long as a person is alive, they can make amends. There's always a chance. He's alive, but Mum isn't, Dorothy reminded her. How will he ask her forgiveness now? I'm afraid this news will devastate him. I could barely handle learning what happened to Cora. My parents, I haven't told them yet. They're hoping, waiting. Thank goodness for you. You're like a ray of light, a living hope. Father, I think it will ease his pain if he asks forgiveness from you and from Brian, if he's willing to talk to him. Dorothy studied Eva's face intently. She finally understood why this woman seemed so familiar. She saw almost the same features every day in the mirror. Aunt and niece looked remarkably alike. Now Dorothy understood her mother's words. She remembered how her mother would often gaze at her with a smile, saying her daughter looked incredibly like someone very dear. She meant her older sister. Suddenly, Dorothy reached out to Eva impulsively. Eva understood and embraced her tightly. They sat like that, with Eva stroking Dorothy's hair. The girl pressed closer to her newly found relative, and the gesture felt so natural, so familiar, as if they had known each other all their lives. Dorothy felt she had gained another close and dear person, and tears streamed down her cheeks with this realization.